again, welcome back. Welcome back to you too, following us online. I hope you had a nice break. Let everything you heard this morning and you saw this morning sink in, process it a little bit, make new friends, and explore the fair and the fests. Good to have you back, because we have more discussions and information to share with you. To begin with, the digital world, that will be the focus of this afternoon's forum sessions. Digital possibilities are endless, one might say. And through the digital decade, the EU is pursuing a human-centric, sustainable vision for digital society, meant to empower citizens and businesses alike. But what does that really mean? And what does that have to do with the new European Bauhaus? What are, in other words, concrete examples that new European Bauhaus project makers, from municipalities to architects and artists, for example, can draw inspiration from? A quick giveaway, a spoiler alert, if you like. This can range from smarter spatial planning to deploying local digital twins. Does anyone know what that is? No? Yes? Or, for example, using digital and virtual reality tools or platforms for citizen participation. This is what I learned from my research preparing for this conversation, but there are two people who can tell you in detail about what this means, how this works, and they know much more about it. So please help me in welcoming to the stage Professor Francesca Bria and Rehana Schwinniger-Ladak. Welcome to both of you. Let me introduce you briefly. Rehana Schwinniger-Ladak, Head of Unit Connect, G2, Deputy Director, I should say, sorry, correcting, Interactive Technologies, Digital for Culture and Education. Welcome to you. And Francesca Bria, Professor, Board Member of the NEP Facility and European Innovation Council of the European Commission. Welcome to you too. Great to have you here. Now, the digital universe is enormous, comes with a whole lot of moral and practical questions. So I'd like to begin with a wide scope and ask you, Professor Bria, you plead for European digital sovereignty and a digital public sector. What does that mean, and why is that important to you?
Hi everyone, so great to be here all the time at the New European Bauhaus Festival. Very vibrant, many people planning the future, and I think that's exactly what Europe needs. So the digital sovereignty, I think in a nutshell, is the capacity of Europe to choose its own destiny, which means, having the capacity to be more free and to have more strategic autonomy when it comes to competitiveness, so industrial competitiveness, being capable of building the critical infrastructures of the future, from the cloud to the chips to the AI models, keep the data in line with our principles and our democratic laws. But also it's about security, obviously, in a world of geopolitical uncertainty, and it is about defending democracy. Because, of course, being able to develop and deploy future technologies that are in line with our democratic values, our laws, and also the way we want to live together in the future. So our societal model, it is about defending democracy in times, as we know, where there is rising authoritarianism. So I believe that this is really Europe's digital independence moment. Actually, it is a great time to talk about it, because on the 3rd of June, the European Commission unveiled the technological sovereignty package, where there is, I would say, a very clear move from Europe being seen only as a regulator of the digital economy So, you know, all our laws like the DSA, the DMA, the GDPR, the AI Act, you know, like the norms.
And everything that gets on the nerves of the Americans.
Exactly, and then being very, very tense with the Americans that in fact don't really want to obey to our laws, which are democratic laws, by the way. You have to believe that the AI Act passed with 90% of the, you know, political approval. So it's a very important law for Europe. But basically, Europe is saying we don't want to only regulate, we want to go beyond. We want to have the capacity to build. So build our European democratic alternatives in the critical areas of the future, which is exactly what I said before. I mean, imagine that cloud infrastructure, 70% of the cloud in Europe today, it's in the hands of big tech companies from the US. And we now have a new Cloud Act, but also a Chips Act, which is increasing Europe's capacity on manufacture the microprocessors that we need in all industrial sectors. And I have to say, on top of the critical technologies, also build the European companies, the European champions, which is about investing in the startups, the scale-ups, and, you know, the next generation of European champions that will be able to lead in this space. But I have to say, not only to lead, to do it in our own ways. And that's where I think the connection with the new European Bauhaus comes very, very importantly. First of all, it's about building the future, building with sustainability first. And as we know, the AI infrastructures, for example, consume a lot of energy, a lot of water. They are very extractive. So Europe has to do it with the clean alignment with the climate goals. So clean energy, clean tech. And this is a great challenge. But also, I would say, really democratic participation. So involving citizens, involving communities.
Hence the digital public sector.
Exactly. And the digital public sector, there is a part which I love about the new strategy of the European Commission, which is about open source. So Europe is saying we want to deploy digital infrastructure and services in the public sector because we are digitizing everything. I mean, we know today we are accessing services via digital technologies, but we do it with clear principles. So we use open source technology, interoperability. We make sure we own our data, so we are sovereign with our data, and we have data security, decentralization, data portability. So basically, Europe is saying we are digitizing, and the public sector can be an engine of innovation, but we are doing it aligned with the principles of open source, interoperability, data sovereignty, decentralization.
We do it our own way.
Our own way, which is the European way, and I say this is the democratic way.
I want to bring in Ms. Schwinniger-Ladak because Professor Bria paints a brave new world in a positive way, a bright future, but still, talking of digital infrastructure, strategic autonomy and so on, sounds very sensible, very even feasible from your enthusiasm. But how does this align with values, the NEB's values like sustainability, beauty and so on? How does new European Bauhaus take this on board? Development in AI areas, in digital developments and so on.
So first of all, thank you so much for inviting me. It's really my first time at the festival, so I'm really thrilled to be here and to get acquainted with the sheer diversity of participants here. So before replying to your question, continuing from what you've said, Francesca, I think here what is important is that we really understand, because we have a diverse participation, really why digital is really, why there's so much emphasis on digital, and why the Commission has developed this framework, this whole framework, comprehensive framework for digital policies. So basically, it is really about innovation. You spoke about tech sovereignty, but the other side is really innovation. We know that digital is an extremely critical, it's at the heart of innovation, and innovation is what fuels competitiveness. But we know that we are not doing good in competitiveness. We have a lot of strength in the EU, but we have a lot of gaps. So in order to really foster innovation, in order to accompany our different industries, our researchers, in order to put a framework which gives also certainty and stability. We have all these different legislation and strategies that Francesca has mentioned. So we have the AI Act, which is clearly what you can do, what you can't, what is the risk. We have all the strategies that really accompany the take-up, so the research and innovation of trustworthy AI, according to our values, and the larger adoption of AI by our industry, by our different societal areas, such as education, such as hospital, such as cultural industries. And at the same time, we have all the different strategy in relation to enabling factors, such as the computing power, the infrastructures, the data sharing, the data collection, and the data sharing. So here, I think what is very important for the audience is to say that digital really has become one of the key issues in how we want to go forward, and this includes really this whole tech sovereignty dimension.
But still, aren't we fighting with a hand bound on our back compared to the US if we adhere to all these values and principles?
The values are what we are. Values cannot be compromised, What brings us together is our shared values. So Americans are free to have their values or not, to have shifting, but ours are ours, and we abide by it. And this is what gives also a sense of direction. And I think this is something we should always keep in mind, is that our values are our compass for any progress that we want to have. And also for the industry to be able to develop, they know that those values have to be embedded in the applications and tools that they will need to put forward. So it's not just values, as an overarching principle, but those are values actually, that will be embedded in the tools.
Can you give a concrete example? I mentioned some in the introduction, but you know better how this works, or what a digital twins is, for example.
So coming to, indeed, the relation between digital and NEB, and what I would like to here say, it's really how they can mutually reinforce, because you're bringing how NEB can benefit from digital, but I'd like to do the opposite as well. So you mentioned the digital twins. So basically, digital twins are a complete digital virtual replica of your digital asset. So I have a building, and I completely replicate digitally my building, and I create a loop between the digital and the virtual. So you have this constant link, constant feedback between your actual asset, your actual,
could be a
physical
city
good,
as well,
whatever.
in fact.
Yeah, that's very ambitious, but you could absolutely have it. And the digital. So you would say, but why would we do it? But for all kinds of things. The digital twin allows you to really do all kinds of simulations before designing the actual physical one. It allows you to really follow how the physical asset is developing. What could be, for instance, if we are speaking about this wonderful museum, imagine we have a digital replica and we have the connection. We would know where are the cracks, what kind of restoration we would need to have. We could do all kinds of really simulation. We could also do the simulation of what could be the environmental footprint of that renovation.
So it helps you look into the future, see the future as it were, and plan accordingly. But maybe when you mentioned the public sector is digitizing fast, here in Belgium, the Flemish government has decided that maybe it should provide more peopled access to government departments and so on, because a lot of people are left out. So how democratic, how people-centered is the digital space, or will it be in the future, if digital infrastructure is still something that is in development?
I mean, I think, the digital twin that we're talking about has been experimented for a long time. I mean, I would say that, digital twins, but also the use of it in urban planning, for example, with the involvement of communities, of residents, of neighborhoods. It's a practice that comes, for many years. I think now it's more mature, and I think, the NAB has a very clear, this inclusive approach to, how you build, for example, how you build affordable housing, how you redesign neighborhoods, how you think about the materials. There is, for example, an innovation like product passports, which allow you to track, what is the usage of materials and how do you make everything more sustainable, or the energy usage, as we were saying before. So I think those are tools and practices which are very well developed. And then if you want to make it more accessible, you never go digitizing everything without giving the citizen an opportunity to have public spaces where they can go and they can get in touch with their local governments or with,
And with a real human being.
With real humans. So I don't think that when we say digital, I mean, of course, now with the AI infrastructure, there is an emphasis on efficiency, there is an emphasis on automation of everything, but this doesn't mean to do it without, actually, we don't want to replace humans, we want to enhance the capacities of people. That I think it's a very important thing to stress. And I would say, just to follow what we are discussing, the European Union has a great infrastructures when it comes, digital critical infrastructures. Now, for example, we have around 16, I think, AI factories in place with the supercomputing centers. They are located all around Europe, and they have supercomputing facilities with AI factories, which are basically GPUs that you can use. By the way, accessible for everyone. Those are public infrastructure, mostly paid by the public to do research, which is environmental research, but also research on technology and development, cultural and creative research, by the way. And you can access those AI factories to access the data. And she works in a unit that is responsible for European data spaces, which is basically how do we put together the critical data that we need in order to train the AI models, and then to develop innovative solutions on top of that. So I would say those are absolutely critical infrastructure. If you have an SME or if you have a small organization, I mean, even a scale-up, to be honest, you spend a lot of money if you go to the commercial AI infrastructure. If you want to use the models, you have
pay.
to consider, you pay a lot, while the AI factories give the possibility to access this computational capacity and the skills and the knowledge, the training and the data in order to prototype fast, to experiment and to create new products. Because this is the interesting thing in collaboration with the NAB, is how do we transform the way we build in a more sustainable way with new products, enhancing the competitiveness and the capacity of companies, organizations, public institutions, and people. So yeah, you say I'm positive, but actually those are opportunities and infrastructure which are available. And I think just to complement what we were saying, because we talk about infrastructures, we talk about data, we talk about skills, we also need investment, of course. So the NAB, for example, has announced 50 million more in AI academies, NAB academies, which can be combined, by the way, also with these digital infrastructures and create upskilling, new set of skills, new set of capacity.
It's a launching platform, as it were.
Platforms, and then investments, because of course now we are seeing that we are prototyping new innovation, but this innovation can be scaled up, so you can even use public procurement to acquire these new sustainable products, and then investments. I sit in the board of the European Innovation Council, and sustainability and the next generation of integration between digital and sustainability, I think, is the number one frontier to grow and scale companies. So I think we see a lot of opportunity in the combination between digital and the NAB.
And if I can flip that argument, which is very convincing, to sort of land this conversation, where do you see, because there's lots of opportunities, but hurdles or things that you know, this we need to overcome. It's going to be difficult, but this is where we need to put the effort into.
So I'm not very familiar with the NEB ecosystem, but from my work in data and digital skills, the three big hurdles that I see, which are completely applicable to NEB as well. One is that digital has to be embedded upfront in the design. It cannot come simply as a top-up or simply as,
an afterthought.
As afterthought.
Yeah.
It cannot be, because then the costs are too much. And you're really missing out on a lot of opportunities in really having it embedded in your design and seeing what kind of usage you want to make of digital. So that's one thing, integral part. The second part is digital skills. So I'm responsible for the skills part of the digital decade. So I monitor the skills gap. And what we see is that it's a long way. We need a lot of people who have the advanced skills to develop all these technologies, but we also need our professionals, architects, urbanists, doctors, public servants, all kinds of professions will need more digital skills to be able to make use of the applications. So that's an important part in which we are also investing money and effort. And the third part is the more organizations and businesses engage with digital, the more data there will be. So the question is also, what do we do with this data? So again, it loops back to what I said in the beginning. Think about digital upfront. So here as well, you will have a lot of data. How do you want to make use of your data? How do you want to collect your data? And what will you do afterwards with your data to better understand what are your issues?
Yeah. You've got your work cut out for you, both of you. Thank you for sharing your thinking, your thoughts, a very stimulating conversation. Thank you both, Francesca, Bria and Rehana, Schwinniger-Ladak. Thank you so much for being here. And actually, I should point out that there will be more conversations on this topic, specifically on social media, but you will also win a panel later on, right?
Friday, actually.
On Friday.
On the stage in, at what time?
I don't know the time, but it's on the program.
Yeah, it's around 4, yeah.
Around 4 o'clock, if you want to hear more from Professor Bria. So, on to the next element in our afternoon. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Christian Ehler. He is a member of the European Parliament, a co-rapporteur of the European Parliament's report on the NEP in 2022. And he has a specific interest in research and innovation and competitiveness and has been advocating for a dedicated budget line for the NEP. So here's your moment to shine, Mr. Ehler.
So, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of the New European Bauhaus, don't worry, not yet another politician with a tie over 60, white and male. I'm here for a reason, and you could somehow see that as a reassuring session, because I think for 5 years, the New European Bauhaus has been a movement, a community of around 2,000 organizations of architects, designers, makers, and citizens, and it has been a joy to watch. And although you might relate me to the Parliament, which is rightly the case, my message is also somehow coming from the Parliament. And it is the amazing journey you had been going through, which we want to back up. And I mean, the cheapest currency in politics is appreciation. And I don't want to stay with the appreciation. I think I would like to set a little bit the tune. What is the robust backing, the political, the substantial, but also in practical terms, the budget backing of the new European Bauhaus. So first of all, and I think it's important to understand this year's festival, and that's important for us, puts democratic engagement and affordable housing at its center. And that is exactly where the debate needs to be. But a movement that remains only a movement does not change the world. It only talks about changing it. So let me start with a clear message from the Parliament. And you had been nicely referring to my roles in the past. I had been founding together with a lot of colleagues in the Parliament, the Friends of the New European Bauhaus. I think seldomly the Parliament had been backing an initiative by the Commission and the President of the Commission in such an unanimous way. It's not always the case for the connoisseurs between the relations between institutions. And I think the message from the Parliament is we fully support the step of the Commission and the President of the Commission to really now coming from the vision to the doing. With the recommendations of December and the Council recommendation of May, the new European Bauhaus finally moves from a vision to implementation, from building a community to building real change. And this is exactly the right direction. But the direction alone is not enough. We have to give this means. And here I have to be honest to you, I think it's a positive note from the Parliament, we would like to see more. And in my role now as the rapporteur for the ECF and the Horizon Europe, which is something like 400 billion euros, we would like the new European powers not be just placed in the horizon, so in the research program. We already placed it now in the Parliament's proposal in the European Competitiveness Fund with substantial means. But I would like to look a little bit ahead, not just in terms of budget, but also related to budget. I think the NEP facility is anchored in the framework program with a dedicated research and innovation component of around 120 million euro per year. You have seen that in some media in Brussels there is certain criticism for the project, and I think that's first of all short-sighted, and secondly doesn't understand the intention, the political intention in Brussels behind that. It goes far beyond what we are seeing just now. In fact, the only genuinely dedicated money is so far the Horizon Europe program, but this is substantial. It's a few hundred millions over 3 years, topped with money which is expected but not committed so far. And from my point of view, that is the reason why the Parliament is now broadening the scope. First message is the new European Bauhaus has to live in more than one place. And this is not just for budget reason. It has to be in the European Competitiveness Fund, as I said, to ensure scaling and commercialization, which is the only route towards wide adoption. And we don't talk about this blind political appreciation of commercialization. I think the Parliament well understood the delicate balance, which is practically the roots of the Bauhaus. It will be always the balance between creativity, non-commercial purposes, community interest, the democracy dimension, and balancing that in a direction that a market take up in practical terms, in the building environment, in textures, in the industrial products, as it had been historically done by the new European Bauhaus. That will be the future dimension. But how to live on that? We are, in practical terms, want to see that, and you know that the European Bauhaus is part of the negotiation with the housing initiative of the Parliament, but also the Commission. We want to implement that in the housing efforts. We are currently negotiating that in the investment program of the InvestEU, so the European Investment Bank, there is a dedicated challenge for housing. But the conditionality is we want to back that up financially, that there is a financial instrument, but alongside the criteria of the new European Bauhaus. Any effort we are doing budget-wise for housing, we want to do in the context of the new European Bauhaus. Because social housing shouldn't be reduced, that we're saying it's a social need, it's a societal need. Why must be social housing, and I say that openly, ugly? Why must it be cheap? Why must it be not have been contextualized in an urban setting, in an attractiveness of its own, an idea about social interaction, and not being reduced as a kind of facility you have to deliver because there are market shortages on the housing market. So I think the overarching idea is wherever we place housing in the next European budget, we want to see the money spent in housing alongside the criteria of the new European Bauhaus. That would give that a completely new dimension. But we are now suggesting to have the new European Bauhaus in the national and regional partnership plans. I think it's one of the intentions that we get the Bauhaus criteria in the NRPPs. It will be, that's for connoisseurs, that's the structural fund, a lot of money spent for the structural gaps in the European Union, but we want to get the Bauhaus criteria in the structural funds. Secondly, we see in the Agora EU, where the culture and the community belongs. So also there are other programs where we want to implement the new European Bauhaus, and we had been doing that already by amendments. We would like to see the new European Bauhaus even more in Erasmus+. I think that's a program where we also would have to reflect for a new generation of academics traveling in Europe, doing educations on foreign soils, but we want to have a European Bauhaus component in the Erasmus Plus program. Because we think, for example, the new European Bauhaus Academy and its skills agenda needs a real educational backing. Mainstreaming cannot only be a word in a recommendation, it has to show up in how we implement the union budget. And as I said, what you see right now is intensive discussion between the three institutions. We are not accusing the Commission. The Commission had been relatively realistic in its proposal, but the Parliament is willing to mainstream the new European Bauhaus along the spending schemes of the European budget. And I think that will be the most substantial contribution to that. But what I also want to say, and that's important, although, yes, I'm an over 60-year-old white male with a suit and a tie, we appreciate specifically the non-commercial cultural dimension, the creative dimension of the new European Bauhaus. It is not just a functionality for something. It is a source of importance for our European societies on its own. So in a way, we see, for example, instruments like the European Innovation, the KICS, the new innovation program. But for us, creativity and the Bauhaus is not a functionality just for startups. It has a startup dimension. But as I said, we want also to nurture creative communities, artistic communities, where we don't put the direct pressure of commoditization on that. I think Europe has to be able to do something like that. And so having said that, and booked for the reassuring session of these festivals, I would like to convey my greetings from the majority of our friends in the European Parliament. I think you have the unanimous backing of the majority of this Parliament, and you're going to see a lot in the budget proposal of the Commission, even more in the budget proposal of the Parliament, and we're still already in negotiation with the Council that they're going to swallow that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ehler, for those encouraging words. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to another panel discussion on something that will probably interest all of you somehow. Question is, can the world, the way we interact and how politics is impacted, still be saved from the nefarious influence of social media? Those who think It's a lost cause, raise your hand. Yeah, thank you for that. Some people are on the pessimistic side, all the others are optimistic. You think we can still save the world from the nefarious impact of social media? Okay, some. Okay, so food for discussion there, because what started out as a model for a worldwide agora, for discussions to take place, inspiring sessions, so to speak, has turned into an arena where mean fighting is going on, pushed on by algorithms that are very hard to read, if you can read them at all. Despair, however, is not an option for our next panel. They will be exploring how to put forward an alternative with ethical digital tools that may be developed in the future, perhaps, and they will be asking themselves how platforms can become hubs for strengthening democracy rather than hollowing out people's participation. Now, this discussion was supposed to be in the hands of Raul Juscelores, writer and commentator of the São Paulo nas Alturas YouTube channel. However, due to circumstances, he wasn't able to make it. He may show up later and then he's welcome to take his place. But for now, yours truly will take over and moderate this session. So, bear with me. And I would very much like to invite our guests for the next panel. So, welcome, Michaela Magas. Please join us on stage. I don't know where you are, but you are welcome to join us. Lea Rogliano Aubry is also on the panel. Please join us. And may I ask Luca Bussolino to also join us on stage. Thank you so much. Why don't you all help yourselves to some water while we get to know each other? Maybe you could, in one sentence, briefly introduce yourselves, since we haven't met before, and then everyone else will know who you are too. Luca, would you like to start in one sentence? Why are you here? What is your role?
Well, I'm an innovator and I'm also a designer, so I work in between the two things. I try to work a lot with research and data, but also know how to use those data to put into practice and create some real innovation at the scale of a city, building, or object sometimes.
Perfect cast. Lea, why are you here?
I'm here to talk about Fari Institute, which is a university institute based here in Brussels, and especially to talk about the initiative we have with citizens, inhabitants of the city, regarding urban planning.
Perfect. May I remind you to hold the microphone really close to your mouth so everybody can hear you very well. And then you're Luca and you're Michaela. Sorry for the confusion.
So I've been involved with NEB from the beginning. I coordinated together with the high-level roundtable the concept for the European Bauhaus. So basically all these years, been following it and developing, but I've been involved in innovation over 30 years, and I've been practicing the kinds of tests and experiments that the NEB community is so well known for. Probably with a large international global community that's now reaching about 9,000 contributors for the past, I have to calculate, 14 years.
Okay. As I said, very well cast. I know you've been asked to prepare a brief pitch, so to speak. I'll let you start with that in a moment, but before we do that, I would like to know from each one of you what social media you use personally and professionally, if at all. Luca.
Well, I think it's pretty much standard question, a standard answer. So I'm primarily using Instagram, sometimes TikTok, even if I'm not that generation at all. And
Dancing on TikTok?
LinkedIn, no, I don't.
No,
I love
okay.
to do.
Just
I love to do that.
making sure.
Very, very bad dancer, and LinkedIn, of course.
Okay. How about you?
I only use LinkedIn. I do not use others because I think it's a lot of time.
A loss of time.
Lots of
okay.
time.
Debatable. How about you?
Not.
Not at all. Nowhere. You don't exist.
Occasionally get pulled into LinkedIn because someone's speaking with me, but have been trying to actually keep off social media.
And it's actually possible to be a highly regarded professional without being on social media. Just checking. I mean,
I think you might want to ask the people who think I'm a highly regarded professional that question.
No, I'm just saying because it's an argument.
Let's
that's
put it
often
this way.
forward.
Our partners are highly appreciative of the work we do, and we are on big projects and we collaborate very nicely, but also we really value in-person labs, experiments, workshops where people interact in a space where fairness and justice is felt.
Yeah, a bit in the spirit of the NEB Festival,
And
all
that
these values.
Possibly also promote alternative business models to incentivizing conflict for profit.
Perfect.
Just to be blunt.
Very clear. Thank you so much. So, you've prepared these pitches. I hope for
I think somebody of us
practical-
has some slides. I don't, so I'm happy to go as last one.
Okay.
Want to go first?
You go first then?
If you have some slides, I think.
Okay, then
can
you go first. Would you like to take off?
If there are slides, let me see. Oh,
Voila,
that will be
there
me.
you are.
So I just mentioned how we've been conducting experiments for a very long time, and this image, I don't know if you're able to see it. Are you able to see it?
Okay, they'll work on it.
Okay. This image is from some of our experiments conducted in the Rio de Aveiro, which is one of the largest and most biodiverse wetlands in Europe. We were embedded, working across disciplines and doing extraordinary experiments that combined, for example, technologies that measure the rate of glacial melting using sound that were developed with us called polar research. So we had oceanographers in place. We had people who knew how to use hydrophones. We had first experiment in underwater overtone singing. Don't ask me why, but it's super interesting. All of those things combine in an environment that allows us to test how technology enables or obstructs human agency, and of course that has implications on decision-making systems, on systems for accountability, etc. And therefore, industry has been there from the beginning with us. So when we have this multidisciplinary community that participates in those, we will have anything from designers, computer scientists, artists, engineers from industry. They volunteer because the unknown unknowns that are embedded in technologies become visible and palpable. And this is why they've been with us. So in the same vein, then we have been porting that into European projects. We've just started a 45 million project on manufacturing. That's a follow-up from one where we introduced these kinds of methods for co-creation with industry partners, and we've created seven additional results for the project. So basically, we've now been embedded in this new one with all the big guys, Bosch, Siemens, etc. And it has 7 living labs that the project is running, which is, of course, porting all of the methods from these communities into large-scale platforms for European industry. Let me see if it will listen to me. No? Okay.
Too quickly?
It's jumped. It's jumped over a slide, I think. Oh, no, there it is. Okay. So let's go this one first. So in a lab that we conducted with healthcare, so we work a lot with healthcare for the same reason, we were working, of course, we've been working with machine learning for, 20 years, but let's say generative AI and AI for the last 10. We were working with the AI systems and we asked them, can you draw a couple where there is a man and a woman, and the woman is taller than the man?
The woman is taller than the man.
Exactly. Couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it. Couldn't
do it.
conceive of a woman
No
taller
matter
than
how
a
you
man.
asked, it was ChatGPT, it was 2024. It took them a year to fix it, by the way. Just that element. We had AstraZeneca in the room, their jaws dropped. They went, if it's working at this, so the only way we could do it in the end was to ask them to draw a couple from Disney movies where a woman is a giant and a man is a Lilliputian, then it could do it.
Okay.
So basically, these are the prejudices that are embedded in our systems, and this is why industrial sectors suddenly wake up and go, okay, we need to work on these experiments. The sort of methods that this community here can bring to the table allow us to expose the unknown unknowns, and this is why it's so valuable. If you just go with top-down strategies, you can implement only what you know. What you need is the kinds of things that we have been promoting from the beginning of the NEB concept, creating virtuous cycles where we feed from grassroots experimentation all of the findings into policy and background again to enable further knowledge creation. So these are kind of the important things. Now I think I have to go one slide back to show you just data, because this is something that whilst we were creating the NEB concept, at the same time we were working on the expansion of the European Open Science Cloud, which is another very important instrument and very much based on European principles. And whilst fair data has been adopted, for anybody who's working with any digital technologies, you'll be well aware that technologies in Europe are subject to fair data, which means that technologies are findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. But that's about technology, it's not about people. So industry was asking us, hang on, fair to our customers or fair to the technology? And we said, okay, we need to counterpose it with just, which stands for data practice, so data practitioner that aims to be judicious, unbiased, safe, and transparent. And this is in the European Open Science Cloud strategic research agenda. You can check it out. It's been there for 5-6 years now. And we've introduced it when I initiated Digital NEB, so the DigiNEB project, we introduced it into that. And of course, it acts as a reminder that data sets are not something that gives you the ground truth. It gives you a point of view. And this is something that's very important to remember. So if I show you how we flip the narrative. We ran a Just Data Week with all industry sectors. We are talking construction, railways, mining, oil, and health, all onboarded. This is a fabulous person, Kat Austin. She's a practitioner who combines art and science, and she was fellow of the Scott Polar Research Institute. She worked with the data of glacial melting and all the rest of that. And she posited this question: what if we train AI not on the fragments of the shape of the world that is, but on the shapes of the worlds to which we collectively aspire? So if we are going to take NEB into the digital, this is the correct question. And this inspired all of these sectors. They were talking about it for the rest of the week. These are the kinds of communities that we have here who can raise those questions. And we need them on board of building AI systems for Europe. Now, these are the people. Some of the people who are in this room will recognize themselves. I had assembled as part of DigiNEB at CERN in Geneva some of the thought leaders from NEB. And what I have realized that in the past 5-6 years of building NEB, of constantly mediating between communities, between engagement and the governments and decision makers, that we have developed an army of social mediators. Not social media, so not about the technology again, it's about the people. We said it's about the people, Helle said it was about the people. Social mediators who have phenomenal diplomatic skills. And the best of diplomacy is the height of civilization. It's how we negotiate between ourselves. These are the sorts of people who should be our source code for a European social network.
Okay.
if we're going to do that. So finally, just to give you a link, if you can see it, yeah, here we go. So weirdly, our regional innovation model handbook has got about 1,000 copies in circulation, completely viral. It was never posted on any of the social media, and some people requested hard copies. Some people probably in the audience already have it. If you are one of those who haven't, there's your download from Zenodo, and some of those things I spoke about are covered.
Thank you so much. And I'll pass on the baton or the tracker to you, to Lea.
Thank you. So today I would like to present you the FARI Institute, which is a university institute based here in Brussels. So here you can see our logo. And maybe I want to share with you a quote from our former rectress of VUB, the Vrije Universiteit of Brussels. We used to say that technological progress, not accompanied by wisdom, is not a real progress. And what I would like to do today is to share with you some wisdom that we've gathered in our activity at FARI with citizens, because we think that they have a lot of things to share and that their wisdom matters in the discussion of how develop AI, data, and robotics. And it's what we try to do humbly at FARI. So, few words about FARI. We are based in above the central station. We are a university institute composed of 2 universities, a French-speaking one and a Dutch-speaking one, ULB and VUB. And we are working on data, robotics, and data. And we are representing 10 different laboratories. And these laboratories are interdisciplinary, meaning that they are expertise in AI, obviously, data, robotics, but also law, ethics, and social humanities, in a way. And we focus on urban and public interest challenges, because our title is FARI AI for the Common Good Institute. So common good matters, but it is always a question that we try to open to the inhabitant of the city. What is common good? We do not have the answer. It's something that has to be reflected collectively, especially about technology and the way they are shaping our world, our space to exchange and live together. And so we have different, let's say, flagships like mobility, healthcare, optimization of energy. So what matters is we are really locally embedded in the city, even if we have a lot of researchers that develop European researches, of course. But what I want to share with you today is word from inhabitants of Brussels and what they think about the issue we are talking together today.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
So I'll try to be quick. I don't have any images to show, so I'll try to stay in the 2 minutes, but just a quick introduction. So what we do is we do a lot of research, as I said before. We work together with a lab at the MIT that works on cities. It's called Sensible City Lab. So a lot of the things that we do are based on data that are coming from city. And when it gets about data, also social media are powerful to extract data from and to better understand the world and the cities we live in. We used, for example, I mean, it's not a social media, but we used Airbnb data and images to try to understand how people live in cities and how the living patterns are changed, especially in the private space. So we do believe data and all the data we can retrieve online, also on social media, are really important for us to better understand the place we live in and thereafter shape it. We can't just base our knowledge on on social media, of course, and I agree with the fact that some of us doesn't have access to social media or doesn't really use social media, because ultimately to create like meaningful moments of in platform or sharing experiences and ideas like today, we need to be in the same space together. But I do believe, and that's based on our background and based on the research that we are doing, that social media are also powerful to spread ideas, to push the boundaries when it gets to new projects, new design ideas. So I think we need to understand where to draw the lines. We need to make sure we are not like shaped after social media somehow, and we need to preserve the role of the public space, the common space where we all meet. I'm an architect by background, so I really believe in cities and I really believe in public spaces. But we need to, find a balance between technology, social media, and moments like this one, in which we are meeting all together in a public space.
So let me jump in directly. How do you at MIT then build in this safeguard, this guardrail, against this blind spot of focusing too much on social media and not taking into account the peopleness of us people?
Yes, that's very much true. I mean, there's quite a nice quote that we like from Marshall McLuhan that says basically that we shape our tools and thereafter our tool shapes us.
Exactly.
That's something we need to be careful about, right? We use the data that we can gather from all different sources to better understand us, but ultimately where we need to act to modify the patterns is the physical space. Mm-hmm. So I think drawing the line is not always easy. For example, there's a powerful thing about AI and about all the tools that are coming up nowadays that we are using also to better design together cities. AI allows us to basically destroy the barriers between different people talking different languages. I'm not just talking about like I'm talking English today and somebody else would not in the audience, but it's really about try to understand the same things and have the kind of the same common ground. We used AI in
Sorry,
the outskirts.
just to make sure
Yes.
I understand this correctly, to understand each other beyond the mere linguistical translation.
Exactly.
So
Correct.
on an emotional level or on a metaphorical level, which can be hard to compare or to understand.
But even in a very practical one. I'll give you a very practical example.
Please.
There was this big project in the 60s in the outskirts of Naples, in Naples. It was called Scampia. Scampia has been for, at the very beginning of the 60s, it's been a utopian development, right? It was designed for a better living and a better word. It was designed for, with in mind, a kind of development, kind of never-ending growth. People would love to live together in this big condos. And ultimately, as most of these kind of big developments failed, we're working on this area. Most of the big houses are actually being demolished, but one stays. We're working on this big area with the people that inhabited the space throughout the year, that lived possibly the utopia, but most of it like the dystopian scenario afterwards that accompanied Scampia for the last 40 years. And we're working with them through AI to get their ideas on how they imagine these kind of spaces. So that basically destroys the barrier between the people that lived in these spaces and their imagination and what we see as designers. So we can use their brain, we can use somehow their images, we can use their ideas in a visual way to inform the design of the future of the spaces.
Okay. It's interesting because that reminds me of your final point, of the colleague you referred to, that we need to feed AI not with fragments of the world as we know it, but the one we envision. Of course, ask all of us, each of us, how we envision the perfect world or the world we want to live in the future, and you will get roughly counting 200, 300 different versions. So, no? Okay.
Sorry, not necessarily. We are all agreeing on principles here, certainly in this room. I mean, this community has been based around some fundamental principles. And the mental models that we project onto technologies, they can fundamentally alter our collective experience, and we know this. So translating the good work on the ground from NEP. This is where I come into it from a slightly different point of view. So basically, not just counterposing the social media culture that's based around conflict because it generates business. I mean, we've actually gone in the wrong direction with the business models online because we assumed things can be for free. Then they were driven by advertising. Advertising was based on marketing data. Marketing data started to be used as leverage for algorithms that can then start to govern behaviors. So it was a sequence that was based on the idea that we have a democratic tool that goes for free and nothing is ever for free, right? So it's actually taken us in the very wrong direction. Here in Europe, we've been, for no better word, and I have to say this word, colonized by American platforms since the late 90s. Whoever owns your tools of production is your overlord. I mean, this is no question about that. Doesn't matter what governments we elect, we are still subject to those rules that are imposed on us. We haven't built our own systems. Our own systems should be built based on joint principles. We, for example, when we had the Gutenberg Press, as a society, we established libraries. When there was the invention of television, starting with the BBC and all of the national broadcasters, we established public service broadcasting.
And you think that's still possible with AI and
why
social media?
aren't we doing it with
well,
social
why
media?
aren't we doing
yeah,
it?
based on our, we should have been building systems.
Way before.
Of course, we all agree on this. We should not just been piggybacking off of other people's systems. We should have been building systems based on our mental models and on what we want society to be. I think that's a very clear thing. Instead, we are actually now part of a giant demo. We are all forced to be early adopters. So you have one of the, let's say, best AIs out there, which is Anthropic's Claude, that first launches Opus, then Mythos, with all of the lack of guardrails and warns everybody that there are no guardrails. And then last night launches the guardrails, post hoc, right? I mean, not the way that we build things in Europe.
Yeah. And you still think it's possible to catch up?
It's not about catching up. I mean, you know, you have historically examples of inventions, a learning curve, but then, you know, there is not only one way of doing things. The way that the tools work. You put it this way, I mean, it's just to make it super simple. You can use bricks to build a prison, you can use bricks to build a school. I mean, the bricks are there. We are not using them in the way that Europe should be using.
Okay. We should be using the bricks our way. Is that something you can concur with? Yes?
I can just tell you about what we try to do at our scale. For example, I'm going to give you two examples. The first one is a format of data walks that we're organizing. We've been organizing, more than 100 of data walks over the past 3 years. And this is a fascinating format. We offer a 1-hour tour in the city center around the central station for a group of 20 people to discover the different sensors installed in the streets of the city. So they are discovering, walking, what is smart city. And I swear that I guided tour with representatives of embassy, with representatives of companies, with a public administration official, and with ordinary citizens. And all of them was just stunned, like, oh, we are rediscovering our city. And it's super important to notice that the infrastructure, because AI is a story of infrastructure first, is totally hidden to normal people, to inhabitants of cities. So you cannot ask people to talk about something they don't know about.
So can you give us an example then for all of us who go out into Brussels later? What should we look for?
Yes, ton of examples. So, of course, you know that we have a lot of cameras, surveillance cameras, but also other type of cameras and NPR to just scan plates, card plates. And we have also a lot of IoT, Internet of Things. For example, we have smart lights, we have a smart trash bin, for example. We have also smart, let's say, bikes, cycle. We have also a lot of sensors that are monitoring, for example, air quality or the type of ecological measurement of the city. And more interestingly, you have also a sensor placed by citizen groups in the city that try to check if the data are true or not, and also to engage citizens to collect data in order also to advocate for their own
Health
goals.
Yeah.
So, you know, Brussels is an extremely lively city where you have a lot of things to observe, and also we have a signalization. When you enter in a building, you enter into a regulatory space. And sometime, when you enter to a station, it's not the same regime than in a street, than in a shop. But you don't know it as a normal citizen, that you have not the same rights depending on the space where you enter in. So this is, you know, should be common knowledge.
Should be taught in schools.
Yeah, it's very fast because it's just 1 hour walk in the city center.
But you mentioned Caroline Pauwels, the late rector of the VUB. She mentioned the importance of wisdom in technological progression. What did she mean by wisdom? What is wisdom in this conversation? Where does that come in? How does that impact this conversation potentially?
I think that all of us here have just heard about your talk. We have all wisdom and we are trying to listen to the others. And we have also to take time to reflect on what is happening with people. It's true that we are pushed to act, to adopt solution, AI solution. So wisdom is from a university perspective. Be precise. Source also what you are advancing. Take time, not to rush, but to think. Imagine the future. Universities are a place where we imagine the future. This is maybe a definition that she had of wisdom.
Yeah. Slow down and not be rushed. Luca, you mentioned that you use data sets from Airbnb, social media, etc. Did you pay for them?
We have some collaborations with those kind of platforms. Different types of collaborations, of course. Some of the data are actually open source. And by the way, we're working in the US, so data protection is a different kind of regulation. But that's normally going through the MIT. So that's some of the collaboration that the MIT has.
Some regulations there and some ethical principles, let's say, or let's just hope. I'm asking because, of course, people here mostly will be very aware of values and ethical principles and so on. But the world out there, if I may say so, not to mention Elon Musk's, etc., have a totally different view. Algorithms are sort of a cross between the monster of Loch Ness, Frankenstein, and some unknowable entity pushing, manipulating, creating who we are. Neither of you have mentioned that yet, but how do you operate in that kind of atmosphere? And I'm sorry to ask this question in a very general way, but I think it's more of an instinctive kind of question that many people deal with.
You're right. I think we definitely need to draw the line also there. But I give you an example. I think it's quite an interesting one. Back in the, let's say, second decade of the 2000s, so tens from tens to 15 or 16, there was this open data source, open network from Singapore. The city of Singapore decided to make available a lot of data mainly about mobility, but also about other metrics. Mobility, in city to universities, so not to everybody. But you still had access to these kind of data sets. And there's a wonderful collaboration between the MIT and NUS, National University of Singapore, which is called SMART. So there has been a lot of research done in Singapore before everywhere else in the world, thanks to the availability of these data sets. Of course, you need to be able to master them and manage them in a good way. Of course, you need to set some rules and regulations, and you need to draw some lines. But data are a powerful tool for research. So we can't just restrain the access to it. We need to be able to understand where to draw the line. And that's a key thing, and that should come from regulatory perspective for sure.
Yeah, regulatory perspective, directing of funding for research, I imagine. But I want to come to the, say, polarizing and political aspect of this whole world, let me put it, our universe. You're trying to create a new way, bottom up, of dealing with technology, using it to our own advantage in a framework of shared values and principles. Still, this whole discussion is being influenced from all sides to their own benefit, business benefit, political benefits, and so on. How do you look at that? What is your feeling? Can that still be reclaimed and infected with the NAB values, for example? Or are people lost in their echo chambers and in the polarization?
If they just populate the current platforms and what they offer, they are inside echo chambers that are deliberately generated by algorithms. As you know, they will reward controversy and conflict with hundreds of points. I mean, Elon released his algorithm formula. You can check them out, and you can see what you're rewarded for, and you know what drives business. So if that's what you're living your life, that's what you're buying into.
Yeah, some people do know and still carry on.
Well, I mean, it has some value for them, I guess. But if we want to generate value that is progressive and productive, and that encourages democracy, because of course, as I have hopefully demonstrated also, you know, they are riddled with errors, those spaces. I mean, first of all, they openly encourage conflict for profit, but then they are also riddled with a whole load of errors, and we have seen some horrific results in the current wars that are relying on algorithms, and in terms of civilian targets being hit by mistake. So this is documented. So I really don't want to sort of raise it to that. I mean, that is ticking over in the background. The problem is that if you are just looking at the digital algorithm, your biases are embedded and they are a black box. You don't know what you're dealing with. The reason why we bring them to the ground is that immediately the biases are felt. And as I say, fairness and justice is palpable on the ground. And so the reason why we embed it in real experiments, test and experimentation facilities, where that becomes valuable, where that has proven to be valuable, is big industry networks, where they're building industrial value systems, where we start to implement ways in which we can track intellectual property, accountability, because they need it. Because if you have those kinds of errors happening in productivity, then you lose your business.
So businesses are a partner.
Absolutely.
In their
and
own,
so
their own
we
benefit.
are demonstrating in European value networks for industry. So the one link that's missing is actually translating of those same principles into a European network that is working for social democracy.
Yeah,
same principles.
What brings me to my last question to each one of you, because our time is running out. But what would your wish or ask or demand be in this context here at the NEP Commission too, with regard to what is needed to develop this digital infrastructure, AI developments, etc., in the direction that you think it should go in? Luca.
It's a very tough question. I think, again, let me look at that from more the architect perspective. I like the idea of an echo chamber talking about social media because I think it's true. A lot of spaces in the digital era and a lot of digital spaces are ultimately echo chambers of ourselves, right? We connect with people that we feel we have some proximity to in terms of ideas and in terms of knowledge, background. And so we hardly find online somebody that openly disagree with us, right? And I think there's again another very interesting sentence by Richard Sennett's Sennett that says something like, the public realm is where strangers meet, right? And that doesn't happen in the public realm of social media, on the public realm online. It really happens here on the stage or on a piazza. And it's something we, as European, we know it like from centuries. I think it's again about balance, and I think it's again about how to use technology to then maybe bring people ultimately together in the public space to discuss about ideas that bring them together or bring them apart. So ultimately, I think we don't have to miss these kind of moments. Social media are a powerful tool to extract data, as we said before, to keep in contact with other people from other sides of the world, or to spread ideas and to get a kind of a feedback loop from the network. But ultimately, these kind of moments are the ones in which we exercise somehow democracy. We share ideas, we share point of views, and we also generate innovation. We have a research about it. I can tell you about more about it in the next panel or whatever. But it's really interesting the way we use the public space and ultimately like physical space to meet to generate innovation. I think we can't miss that.
Well, I recommend that you grab Luca during the network moments and ask him about it, because I'm very sure it's very interesting. Sure. Lea, for you, what would be your ask or suggestion?
I would advocate to shift perspective from consumer attitude to producer-actor attitude, not to consider citizens as only consumers, but also as people able to develop super interesting projects that are grounded in their needs. Because often we are running about innovation, but we don't know what we need. For example, at FARI we are developing research about digital twins. Digital twins are 3D reproduction of cities in order to anticipate and to create scenarios of the future and try to better take decision in the policy making, local policy making. It's a tool. It's not only a tool. It's knowledge and decision making embedded in data and data processes. Here you have different options. Either you keep this technology internally just for the public administration, either you open it to the communities and you ask them, do you want to be part of the scenarization of the future? You will obtain a totally different result. So we organize a series of lectures about digital twin, open to civil societies, public administration, and everyone. And we ask people, do you think that this technology could be useful for you as a citizen groups? And the answer, I have a list of feedback. And two tendencies. Either they are redundant, they're afraid of what could be done without their consent. Or, other tendency, they want to participate. They want to use AI to scenarize the future. They have plenty of ideas and they want to understand. They want to participate. Mm-hmm. So technology is a wonderful excuse to unite people and to make them talk and imagine the future. Let's use technology to unite our societies. And we can start from localities, because research has shown that people react differently and trust in politics differently if it's local, regional, national, or European scale. Mm-hmm. And be engaged in a local scale decision-making, increase your trust in national and European politics.
Yeah.
So,
one of the tenets too of the new European Bauhaus whole project, of course, this participatory and bottom-up aspect. Last brief ask?
Just briefly, I mean, invest in our own platforms by all means, but embed regulators in the process from the beginning. This is what we've been doing more recently. We've just recently created a concept for the trusted research environment for AI applications for healthcare in Sweden. And one of the main recommendations we have is not just pre-flight, so we test drive, we get the feedback from the system, but we embed regulators in the process from the beginning. So stop being reactive. We are exporting talent around the world. Most of the platforms been built from European talent that we exported. Use this talent here to build our own sovereign platforms, as Francesca has been emphasizing just earlier. Our sovereign platforms.
Clear messages. I want to thank you very much for dancing this dance with me, because it was a wild ride. Luca Bussolino, Lea Rogliano Aubry, and Michela Magas. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
So, this has been a most interesting day, if you ask me. I don't want to judge on your behalf, of course. Full of food for thought and fun, to some extent as well. And now, we are ready to close the day, slowly. We're getting there with some closing remarks. And maybe that's a good time to give a jingle. This is what happens when you have to improvise. We are not yet ready for the closing remarks. There is another panel. I'm so sorry. Because there is one more question we want to address, and that is, how does one make public spaces truly public? It was mentioned by the panelists just now, the fact that when we interact face to face on an agra or a piazza, as Luca said, you get a different kind of contact, a different kind of exchange of ideas and of commentary. You connect as human beings. You're not as easily persuaded to tap the other one on the head or hit him between the legs or whatever it is that happens on social media. So there's that, but also the question, of course, how do you make sure that these public spaces are attractive and accessible to everybody, regardless of who they are, where they live, how they live, where they come from? Women, for example, are often wary of spaces with very little public lighting. Or people with disabilities, they simply cannot access some public spaces. However, or because maybe they are beautifully designed, but with impractical steps, uneven surfaces, or what have you. So the question is, how can evidence-based design help make public spaces more inclusive? It's a question for moderator Greta Tresera. You've seen her before, to put to her panel that she will introduce to you. So give it up for Greta Tresera and her panelists. As you may notice, I have to ask you to bear with us. They are getting here. Just a couple of minutes. You can use it to move your bodies, free your minds. I've been doing this throughout the day. It's actually scientifically proven that it helps you concentrate and enjoy the panels more. If you do, don't feel obliged. It's just a suggestion. You can also go and have a look at a beautiful artwork in the Petit Narthex and be back in 2 to 3 minutes. or you can just sit and meditate, reflect on what has been said here before. The panelists and Greta will be here in a couple of minutes, so bear with us and we'll continue in a second. And as promised, now we will have another panel for you, truly, I promise. You've met her before. Greta Tresera is architect and international consultant on carbon neutral and resilient cities at Architects Council of Europe, and she will be presiding over the next panel under this title, From Research to Reality, Evidence-Based Design for Inclusive and Nature-Positive Spaces, public spaces mostly. So here is Greta Tresera and her panel.
Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for joining once again. Some of the faces were here this morning. I already thanked the Commission, but I prefer to thank twice for the invitation and congratulate again the amazing team that made this relevant event possible. I couldn't be happier to moderate this session. And now we are changing the scale. This morning we were discussing about materials, about a very concrete scale. Now we are broadening the scope and going to public space. So this session puts the focus on how research, practice and policymaking can work together to create more inclusive and resilient environments. How evidence-based design is already well established in fields like healthcare or education. But in public space, evidence is more complex. It's not only about data. It's also lived experience, informal knowledge, well-being, safety, behavior, or care. So today we will ask, what counts as evidence? How can design show its impact? And how can this knowledge move from research to real places, real decisions, and real communities? To explore this, we have 5 excellent speakers, bringing perspective from architecture, city governance, culture, environmental data, and digital tools. Please join me on stage, Lisa, Mette, Francesca, Marcus, and Fabrice. So I will briefly introduce each of you because you have amazing curriculums and time-wise that's not allowed, but just some information about Lisa de Fischer is the Brussels Baumeister. Her work connects architecture, public policy, urban quality, and governance. She brings the perspective of how cities can translate values such as inclusion, beauty, and sustainability into real public projects, competitions, briefs, and long-term urban decisions. Welcome, Lisa. Mette Skoholt is CEO and senior partner at SLA Architects and a member of the NEP Facility Expert Group. Her work focuses on integrating nature, biodiversity, and human well-being into urban development. She leads projects that use nature-based solutions to create resilient, inclusive, and livable cities, merging ecology with social design. Welcome, Mette. Francesca Rizzo is professor of design and expert in service and strategic design at Politecnico di Milano. She has been a long-term European Bauhaus partner and works on design as a catalyst for sustainable and social transformation, connecting research, innovation, policy, and public value. Welcome, Francesca, and unfortunately she cannot stay until the end of the session, but we are very grateful that you made the time to be for a while with us. Marcus Reimann is director and co-founder of TVA 21 Academy. His work connects art, science, and environmental research with a strong focus on the oceans and the climate crisis. He brings a cultural and ecological perspective on how evidence can become public imagination, care, and responsibility. Welcome, Marcos. And last but not least, Fabrice Messal works with Mercator Ocean International at the European Digital Twin Ocean. His work focuses on how ocean data, digital twins, and environmental knowledge can help connect science, policy design, and citizen engagement, making the links between human activity and natural systems visible. Welcome, Fabrice. So to start, I would like each of you to introduce your perspective through one simple question, or not so simple. From your own field of work, what kind of evidence do you think is still undervalued when we design public spaces, and why does it matter? So, Francesca, if you could start.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and also, first of all, apologies as I have to leave earlier than the end of the panel. I don't know if I'm expecting a couple of slides right now. Yes, but basically, thank you. Just to give you my answer to your question, and my answer is, of course, from the perspective of a researcher which is working within a university. You are asking us which evidence is underestimated, and my first reply would be that before then saying this is underestimated or this is overestimated, for a researcher in a university, the difficulty is to show the process through which NEB is producing evidence. Meaning that the characteristics of a research conducted within university for those in the areas of NEB, meaning designers, architects, urban planners, etc., is that we are producing evidence by implementing projects. This is a characteristic that has some additional elements. First of all, these projects are conducted in real context, which means are place-based. These projects have a long-lasting or a longer lifespan with respect to other kind of research that can be conducted in other disciplines that they do implement things, but with different time scale, and maybe I would say even with different objectives, while the main objective for us is to, let's say, produce an hypothesis by projects that will transform the area, the place, the public space where we are working. These transformations rely much more with the processes we are putting in place instead of the evidence. And this is exactly where stands this first slide from my side. This idea of transforming or conducting research and producing evidence by transformation is challenging the classical distinction between research and application, because we are doing together in the same time. And we are doing it longer than a specific slot of time in which I can deliver a new prototype for a new mobile phone. Just to give you a stupid example. My second, I don't know where to point it. Okay. My second two cents that I want to share with you is that by working through processes and projects which are transforming the places where we are working on, we are changing the meaning of evidence. Basically, evidence for many, let's say, classical or well-established disciplines, I can mention some of them, I don't know, physics, chemistry, this is well known. While for us, producing evidence is much more than delivering a number or saying it's quantitative or saying it's qualitative. Evidence are the process through which, by implementing projects, we learn. That learning is a way of reflecting on what we are doing, and this reflection, more difficult, is collaborative. So it's not only by us that we reflect on what we are doing, but we reflect together with all the stakeholders involved in the specific projects or set of projects or transformation we are conducting in the reality. So as a researcher, I would say, before then one evidence, it is important to pass the message about how we do research.
which is something that is even expanding the meaning of evidence.
Very interesting and very insightful. Thank you, Francesca. Marcos, we'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, maybe following up, I could not agree more about processes and the relations and meaning, no, that you were talking about. But maybe before anything else, expanding the idea of the public space. No, when we think about Europe, it has a landmass of approximately 3% of the planet. If we think about Europe's collective exclusive economic zones, maritime zones, we're talking about 14–15% of all exclusive economic zones. So it's a little bit of a different story that we're talking about, and so we need to expand our understanding of the public space actually to the ocean as well. No? So this is kind of widening the view. And then in terms of evidence, before we go to evidence, like you said, no, we need to think about processes, but also what kind of knowledges actually contribute to these processes. No, we come from the contemporary arts. We work transdisciplinary in transdisciplinary ways, and so what kind of methodologies do you use? We've been part of the new European Bauhaus, the Bauhaus of the Sea Sails, bringing together scientific organizations, cultural organizations in local municipalities across 7 municipalities across the continent, coastal cities, and really working through artistic practices to not only create the constituencies, but then also create the public interface. No, so then the question of meaning. That's like, how do we create meaning? No, from data. And I think there we need to think about context. No, so how do we contextualize data? How do we contextualize after what we talk about evidence? And so what are these relational practices? And art practices are very much relational, not only in terms of material, but also the way that they engage with audiences. And so I would say relational practices, embodied practices, which was something very important for the Bauhaus of the Sea Sails, working with senior citizens, lived experience, lived knowledge, transforming that into usable data, so to say, no, for policy. So constituencies, usable data, lived data. And we're continuing this, and I think this is why this slide is up, we're continuing this legacy of the Bauhaus of the Sea Sails into a new European Bauhaus, Ocean, Coastal, and Island Communities Lab, which has just been launched as part of the communication of the Ocean Observatory, the European Ocean Observation System, which was launched last week by the commissioners. And this is really the first time where these kind of practices, civic engagement through the arts, through education, and so on, is actually a fundamental pillar of a scientific networked process, which is really very exciting. I think this is a direct result of the work that we've been doing within our Bauhaus of the Sea Sails, and it's really encouraging that the Commission actually uses that and takes this forward into this next big ocean observation initiative.
I think we would like to hear more about oceans, and we'll get to Fabrice for that. But first, we would like to hear your perspective, Metin.
Yes, thank you so much. If I can get the pointer. Thank you, Marcus. All right, you did that. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. I am the CEO, as just introduced, of a nature-based design studio. So we do public space every day. That's kind of the core of what we do. We have 5 key markets. We are interdisciplinary, have a lot of disciplines in-house. But our main purpose in everything we do is to create space for life, and we put an extra all life on that. So including flora, fauna, basically connecting people with the performance of nature in cities. I'll go rapidly through some recent examples in our home city. That's kind of the cradle of the piloting of the projects that we do, Copenhagen. And I'm very happy that Johan Hogström this afternoon actually said, well, go to Copenhagen. So you're all welcome to Copenhagen. This is a project, an infill project, a very long-term project that included new ways of dealing from how to sell off land in a social housing area, but also how to create a diverse set of homes, you could say, in a social housing area. And you see the new homes, that is kind of modular homes in the front, a very low market price, but a whole new transaction in how to buy a house, and if you sell it too early, then you have to give half of the revenue and the profit to the social housing union. So this is kind of a long-term planning project that we did according to affordable housing. And a roundabout and a normal housing street planted 600 trees, basically created the section of infrastructure from transit to being inclusive and nature-based spaces, a public space. There is room for nature in cities. And here you have a before and after. The capacity for traffic is still the same. So not one single parking lot has been removed. The turning radius are the same, but we were able to take 2/3 of asphalt away, so 2/3 of hard surface, and plant 600 trees and a lot of perennials and shrubs. So that's another example. Now I can't because my time is out. Social housing, again, how do you create safety in social housing? Big park that we did, Copenhagen, very famous architect did this building, but we actually did the rooftop, making a natural public hike on top of a waste-to-energy plant. And last one, called the Social Spine. It's one of the largest student dormitories in the Nordics, in Scandinavia. And I mean, the before image is like aspiring the youth to drink more and maybe even smoke, at least in my perspective. But this is a very rapid and a very low budget project that we created from ideation to inauguration in 10 months. So we can do it on long term and short term and create these spaces for life. Yeah, and maintenance is very low. It's only once a year. But the donors for this project, a philanthropic fund, they go around in Copenhagen or in all over the world seeing what came out of their money. And they came, we showed them around the Social Spine, and then they said, you know what, this reminds me very much about the High Line. And I was just like, thank you so much for that kind of aspiration. But I don't know exactly, but the High Line is the most expensive per square meter roof garden in the world. And on top of that, it's the most expensive per square meter to maintain. So here we have another perspective, but we can do it with local species, native species, habitants who are actually taking part of the maintenance and the thriving of them as well as nature.
It's fine.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes. So I am the bouwmeester, maître architect here, the city architect here in Brussels, which means that I am in charge of enhancing, stimulating architectural quality through an architectural policy here in Brussels. And I have a lot of instruments to do this, and my most important instrument is to organize competitions. We organize about one competition a week, so we do a lot of competitions. And of course, a part of these competitions are about public space. Maybe what's important to know is that nobody is obliged to work with us to organize a competition. Everybody, every public authority, every private client can organize his own project, commission his own project in another way. So people come to us because they know two things. First, we are going to put all the people that are going to decide at the end on the project, administration, building authority, etc., around the table long time in advance so that the project can grow and can become better. And secondly, we will really work to get quality. And this quality we will retrieve also because we are going to work with good architectural firms, thanks to the selection process of the competition. And so we are talking about evidence-based design, we are talking about public space. How does this enter in my field of work? Well, what's about public space, well, of course, what I want to make, like the kind of public space that I want to make is an inclusive space, is a safe space, is a functional space, is a space where you have, of course, a motor, like the public space as a motor of a resilient city in terms of climate change. Maybe a space where you also can have energy that you can retrieve from the ground, all these kind of things. But most of these things are measurable. You can measure how much rain is going to infiltrate, how much trees you can plant, what is it going to do with the temperature of the surrounding space. But what is much more difficult to measure is the social and cultural advantage that you are creating with the public space. And I would really love to have this kind of data on the facts of how you can make a neighborhood much better with more social cohesion, with more people meeting each other, with more safety, not because there are cameras, but because there are people in the space, and space where you feel welcome, spaces that are inclusive. If there were more data, very concrete facts on the cause and effect, it would make my job so much more easy, because I have to convince all the time public authorities or also private clients, because of course there's a lot of public space also on private ground, to go much further than what they had in mind. Most of them, we have a tight budget, and the most important thing is that the circulation is going well. And so how can we make sure that we make spaces that go beyond this kind of primer functionality? And so therefore I think it's interesting what we are doing today, that we have this evidence also on the facts where you don't have a return on investment, but where you have soft facts, actually.
Thank you, Lisa. Fabrice, please.
Yes, thank you. So I will bring the marine world perspective to this roundtable. For me, I think the environmental and system evidence remains undervalued today, because we design space based on how people use it. But we insufficiently account for how natural systems shape those space over time. Due to climate impact, sea level rise, water cycles, biodiversity, and initiatives like the digital twins, we see that environmental data can reveal long-term impacts that are invisible in traditional planning processes. So we cannot design resilient public spaces if we only observe people. We must understand all the ecosystems that sustain this space, and yes, environmental intelligence should drive design. Should be considered as a driver for design, a design driver. Sorry, I switched.
Thank you. And continuing about implementation, you have been repeating the European Bauhaus actually started as a political vision and a participation process. But now the ideas are moving forward, and we need real implementation at scale. So evidence becomes more and more important. Because we need to support decisions, convince institutions, ensure investment, and show impact. So the question is, how can design produce evidence and show impact without becoming too technical or too focused on numbers? What really counts as evidence? And I would like to start with you, Marcus, because from your work between culture, science, and ecology, you have this experience. And how can environmental data become more than an expert knowledge? How can it become public imagination, care, and responsibility?
Yeah, I think this is following up on what I said earlier. No, it's about context and meaning. No, empathy, context, and meaning. What does this data? Do these figures actually mean for my life, and not only my life, but my life in context of everybody's life, and everybody meaning humans and more than humans. No, maybe following up a little bit on what Lisa said, and maybe to disagree slightly, right? In the ocean space, and Fabrice knows this very well, no, there has been for many, many, many decades always a call for more data. We need more data. We don't have enough information. And therefore, citizens don't carry our decisions and the need for policies, no? And I really think it's actually an ontological question, right? This information, where does the information fall onto, right? And if we think about ocean environment, nature only as resource, right? Then it's a very difficult question to actually create a relationship that would then carry meaningful policies forward, right? And as the New European Bauhaus is also a vehicle for the green and blue transition, right? This is not only a top-down event, right? This is actually something that needs to be carried forward by civic society in general. And so therefore there needs to be an understanding of what does this mean, right? And I think we do know and we experience kind of ever accelerating disastrous climate events, but somehow there's always the communication that this is going to happen in the future, right? But it's happening now, we're living through it. And so the information that we have needs to be translated and situated differently, right? It needs to be embodied differently. And we are a social species, right? We are a cultural species. Before 10,000 years before we started creating agriculture, we were painting on walls, right? In caves, which helped us create complex understandings. So symbolism, culture, narrative, all of that helps us actually situate the information that we have, and also encourages us to take the actions that we need to take.
Thank you, Marcus. And Fabrice, which would be the role of the digital twins to complement what Marcus was saying?
Yeah. It's true that we have a lot of information today. I work in an institution dealing with the Copernicus Marine Service and the digital twin of the ocean. We produce a large amount of data. We have all this data available. Now, how we can transform this knowledge into concrete action or concrete decision. So the challenge is not a lack of knowledge, it's more a lack of fragmentation sometimes between scientists, decision makers, designers, citizens. So we need to provide the tools, the evidence to build these actions. And the digital twin of the ocean helps to bridge the gap between science and policy and science and society by transforming knowledge into simulation and what-if scenario application. What if I'm doing this? What if I put a wind farm on this area? What will be the impact on the ecosystems? What would be the impact on the coastal area, etc.? So people can see the consequences of their decisions, the trade-off, and the long-term outcomes. So it's very important to understand that data informs, but understanding drives the action, and understanding often emerges when rational evidence meets the emotional engagement.
Thank you, Fabrice. And back to putting everything in practice, because it's time for implementation, I think we all agree. There is another question. In many cases, we already know what needs to be done. More nature, more inclusion, more beauty, better public spaces, more attention to well-being. And Lisa, I would like to ask you, from the city governance perspective, where do you see the biggest barrier between knowing what creates a public space and being able to deliver it?
Well, public space is a political battleground, right? So it's the place where you can really show, as a politician, what your values are or not are. And so there's a lot of fighting around every public space project. And at the same time, so that's one of the barriers. So waiting for politicians to agree. But of course, at the other hand, it's always, very often, it's from the politicians have also give the incentive of the creation of the public space. So it's double. So that's one thing that it's, a barrier, but also an incentive. Another thing, of course, is money. It's great. It's public space is about public money, and today we're not in the same conditions as 5 or 10 years ago. So we have this economical crisis. Also, the different material prices are going up, and so that's another barrier. Another barrier, it's maybe also legislation. So I see here in creating public space here in Brussels that there are a lot of different administrations that have to give their recommendations for the making of the public space. They all have the best intentions and they all want something really good and qualitative, but they are not always compatible. And so sometimes you really have to make the priorities. Are we going to make a public space which is more resilient, or which means that rain can go into the soil, or do we have to pave it because otherwise we have a problem with sound? I don't know what. So you have all those kind of little contradictions that also make a public space quite difficult as well to be made. And then, of course, you have also the fact that public space is something that you make for the people. So, and I think it's very important that you consult the people of the neighborhood of the use of the public space and how you can, and of course, logically, you have different users. They don't have all the same interests, so there you have long discussions as well. But that all sounds very negative, and I really must say that we also make and realize a lot of really good public spaces that are done. So we are not just only discussing about it, we're realizing. Want to say something?
No, I was just walking home yesterday night, and I was really, blown away. I mean, Copenhagen for sure has a lot of examples, but if you look into the amount of green, so not biodiversity, but actually the amount of just canopy cover per capita, it's not really high. But I was really, blown away about the very, very big, very old trees in the city center of Brussels. And the last time I got this awestruck about very, very old big trees was actually a long time ago in Mexico City. They have a small part, a small neighborhood, where they almost, built new buildings, but also refurbish older buildings around trees. And I'm of course biased, because that's what we work with every day, to connect people with nature, to solve a lot of different issues in the city, but I do think that to sort of take people on the journey of doing something a little different, and maybe not radically different, because when you talked before, I was just like, are you a landscape architect? I mean, that's my everyday life. People talk about biodiversity, they talk about flora, fauna, but they don't really understand it. They just like, can you come and fix it? I want butterflies. It's just like, yeah, I can enlighten the chance that there will be butterflies here in this public space, because we know what kind of habitat, what kind of plants do we need to plant in order to attract them, but we cannot promise. So I think as a Stadtbaumeister, that's a wonderful title. Maybe we should shift jobs just for a short time. I would at least like to. I'm not sure I'm capable though. But to really sort of, and I think that goes for everything, affordable housing, everything that we need to do in this shift or in this time is to do the pilots. Because the pilots, yes, sometimes there are mistakes in the process, but that's where the true learning actually occurs. So what we do when we have clients that says, okay, I want this wonderful green, lush urban space, and by the way, there's only 10% of of the surface where you can plant. It's just like, okay, well, come on, let's go and see on the examples. This is so there's an explorative common way forward that I think cross disciplines, cross sector, in the built environment and everything that we actually need to engage on and dare to do. Because evidence, yes, I have evidence for you. I have evidence. I have a lot of projects where we, both in Canada, in England, in Denmark, that showed that the real estate value rises by 5% if you have like lush and green spaces. And every real estate advertisement is actually showing views to these spaces because that's what sells houses, apparently. But that's not enough. I mean, we need to go beyond that, and that's so not only collecting the data, but actually also be super precise about the process and the journey, and inviting all obstacles in as, come on, let's see at you. Okay, let's try. So it's actually, for me, it's about going from the Excel, but more to the heart. And that needs investment on all scales, from client to end user to, and find those people and invest time in that. And I think, I mean, I just met Marcus and we are also very good friends now since yesterday at 11 o'clock. But you also speak like that. And I think, so evidence, yes, but maybe pilot where that's evidence enough because you can actually sense it.
And discussing about design and governance, I would like to make a tricky question for Lisa and Mette, but please feel free, Faris and Marcus, to intervene. After design and investment, can an inclusive public space remain inclusive over time? Who benefits from better public space? And who might be left out, pressed out, or displaced, so-called green gentrification? Because after piloting, we have seen in many European cities this paradox. So,
yeah, Mette, you just said it. It's true. Of course, there's a lot of data about you make a space lush and green and beautiful, and real estate goes up. So, of course, we don't always want that. We want also make the space for the people that live there now, and because we want also for them to live there in 20 years still. So we don't want to push people out of the city because real estate is going up. So it's a tricky question, and at the same time, it's also, you should know that every 10 years, like a big part of Brussels population is leaving the city and another population is coming. So there's a whole lot of big turnover in Brussels. And so when you are making a public space, you should also know that it will take years from the very start of the idea till the realization of the public space, it will take years. And so when you start the participative process, which I think is important, you are talking with the people of the neighborhood, the users, the stakeholders, everybody who is involved in the project. And a part of those people will not be there anymore once that the public space is done. So that's, of course, something that is also, there's a relative thing about it. And then also, I think it's very important when we make public space, and of course I'm going to say things that you already know, but the public space, it's not only for consume. We have to make public spaces where you can just be without being able to consume, without being able to spend money, where you can just stay, where you can sit, where you can lie, without being chased away. Public space which is welcoming everybody, also the young guys who maybe just don't know where to go. In Brussels we have a lot of people who live in very small housing without private exterior space. So it's the public space is their garden. And maybe another thing is when we're talking about public space, we always think of this beautiful square or this nice park. But public space, the biggest part of public space is just the street. And I think the quality of streets can go up, should go up. We have to think about the ordinary public space, which is for everybody, and to think of streets that are not just a corridor, that are not just a way of circulation, but are spaces where you can be. And I think there you can make a very big difference on inclusivity and also on maybe the fear for gentrification is not so present there because it's just the streets. So.
Public space, in my perspective, is actually where we can just to give an example, loneliness in cities are rising. It's really where we can nudge a different behavior. And I think public space, to a large extent, also needs to be sometimes not so programmed. Yeah. So it's actually, just being like this morning, walking through, is it called Montgomery Park? And now there's coffee for everyone. No, but
yes,
yeah, we're closing.
We're being kicked out of the public space.
Let's go out in the park.
Let's just wait just to finish the announcement.
Should I do it in Danish? No. So I don't want to take more time, but I think public space, I mean, von der Leyen also said it yesterday, home is not only four walls and a roof. We have a huge demand. Our climate is shifting. You sense extreme weather every day. Public space is really, if it's transit, if it's infrastructure, where we can nudge and change and make our cities more resilient. But it's also where the social part, I think the social part, the end user part, to actually make it more inclusive. And that can be carried through, or even more safe, be carried through in physical design. But it's a different starting perspective. It's another interdisciplinary design legend that needs to go into the design, either if it's security regulating, if it's like a schoolyard, or if it's like a neighborhood, then it's a different design legend that needs to go into the design, and a different process. And again, to sort of honor the journey, honor the process. That's at least what, from our point of view, has carried the best projects out there.
Thank you, Mette. And Marcus, I would like to get back to you. So if we think beyond streets, square, parks, and include wider systems, such as the ocean, what changes in the way we understand public space?
Well, first, nothing. No, it's just another word that is supposedly public space. What it only starts to change if we create a relationship, no, to understanding that the ocean is also a public space. Is also a public space, but not only a public space for humans or a kind of space that humans can utilize. No, but there's multiple species in the ocean, but the ocean has an immense impact, as was said before, onto the quality of our lives, right? And this is not only in terms of disaster, and not only in terms of, the usual thing where people say every second breath we take comes from the ocean, right? Where we still think it's all from forests, but there is a massive impact that oceanic systems have deep in a land, right? So if we're in a landlocked country and see the clouds, that's actually the ocean, right? And so we need to create these imaginations, no, of places of belonging, places of co-belonging, right? Again, we were talking about public space and governance, and so the question is, what is the public space for, right? And if a public space is only to traverse, right, then it looks a certain way. But if it's actually to be conducive to life, then it will look completely differently, right? And so I think, you know, within the Bauhaus of the Sea Sails, again, to go back to that, every municipality and every intervention that we chose to be what is called a ZOOP, which is a governance model where the non-humans are an integral part of the decision-making process, and every decision that you take is conducive to life rather than extractive, right? And if that becomes the operating model, then you need to take design decisions that actually further life rather than extract life. And I think this is based on an understanding of belonging and a relationship to the place, and out of this understanding, meaning, relationship, comes a sense of care that then has effects on everything else.
And very shortly, Fabrice, I would like to ask you, how can tools such as the digital twins help us to see the links between human activity and natural systems and support better decisions, both in the land and the sea?
Yeah, we already present the fact that human beings' well-being depends on the ecosystem and the ocean well-being. So we know that the ocean provides climate regulation, food, biodiversity, recreation, etc. And we need to share this space with the nature and the other ecosystems. The digital twin of the ocean allows the capacity to simulate and modelize systems of systems, providing evidence. And you can play with this tool on certain topic to showcase and to make choice. And again, with this what-if scenario, and it's very useful to see the long-term impact of such decision in the future. And what I would like to add is that, yes, all these data available on the digital twin, the digital twins of the ocean aims to make this data more accessible and more actionable in the future, to lead this decision based on science, and to help to design the best of this world.
Thank you. I would love to spend a couple of hours more talking with you because it's so interesting. Again. Sorry. Okay, I think we deserve a couple of extra minutes. I think we are done. So to close, if we already know that public space should be greener, more inclusive, healthier and more beautiful, we are still not being delivered at the scale we need. So in just one sentence, I will ask you if there is one specific thing that Europe should change now.
Change now? One specific thing?
Yeah.
Well, to stay in the context of the conversation, less like obsession with evidence and a lot more radical experimentation.
I agree with Marcus.
You became really good friends yesterday. Lisa.
Less talking, more doing.
Environmental impact assessments.
Thank you for being so brief and to staying with the time. And thank you all for joining this rich conversation. And we'll be here around, so if you have some questions for the speakers. Thank you and good afternoon.
And thank you again, Greta, for a wonderful panel conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for our next guest to arrive, so I have to ask you to bear a couple of minutes with us, and we'll be back very, very soon. See you in a moment. Good afternoon. Good to see you. Our next speaker has been doing the rounds at the fair. I don't know if you've had the chance to go and have a look at all the creativity, the solutions, the crazy ideas that are being shown there. Ideas, keys to the future, perhaps, who knows? Very important. And incidentally, do not forget, you can still vote for what you think is the best stand at the fair, the most interesting one, the most beautiful one, the whatever one. There is a prize for the best stand at the fair, so do not forget to put in your vote. It is my pleasure now to introduce to you a speaker who will share her ideas and takeaways after 1.5 days of New European Bauhaus Festival. And here to share those with you is Commissioner Ekaterina Zaharieva, European Commissioner for Startups, Research and Innovation. Do welcome her with a warm applause, please.
Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm really pleased to close this first day of the new European Bauhaus Festival with you. It's actually my first festival, but since the day one of my mandate, I was really focusing on how to make a new European Bauhaus more closer to the citizens. And I spent an hour and a half before my speech here, meeting with many of excellent project leaders, also the scientists who work in different NEP projects, who presented to me really, really excellent idea. So I promise that we are really going to reflect on this, and very grateful. You said it's a crazy idea, but I think that's the biggest strength of Europe, actually, because we have the best scientists in the world with crazy ideas, which sounds like fairy tales, but then they actually became innovation, and then became a breakthrough innovation and technology that actually boost European competitiveness, preserve European way of life. So we really should continue support this, and what we do actually through the NEP. I will start with something personal, actually, which I already said to the scientists. Architecture has always been very close to my heart. My political career started as a Deputy Minister of Research and Regional Development and Public Arts, and we were responsible also to coordinate urban planning, architecture policy, design policy in my country. And also my husband is an architect, so that's something that it's really very, very close to my heart. And when we speak of Bauhaus, many think of Dessau or Berlin, but these ideas did not stop at borders. Bulgarian architects, I will share some story from Bulgaria, trained in German schools, and brought those ideas home. And while some of this heritage was lost after the Soviet era, it is still visible in Sofia, Plovdiv, and Varna. And an example is the Varna Beach building by Stefan Venedict Popov, who studied in Munich. The building has curved corners, large balconies, and classic functionalist aesthetic. And importantly, it was among the first to include an elevator. This seems like a detail today, but crowds came in 1933 just to try it. And the elevator is still operational today. This is important because Bauhaus was not only about aesthetic, never was, but also function and industrial progress. And innovation was crucial to make this combination work. The new European Bauhaus adopted the same spirit. Today, the challenge is sustainability. But once again, we need innovation to address it and to combine it with beauty, industrial competitiveness, and our values. Innovation, science, and technology turn circular construction, nature-based solutions, and climate-resilient building spaces from an idea to a transformation on the ground. So let me tell you how research and innovation are making this happen. We are funding projects that answers to the most fundamental realities of our citizens, their houses, their neighborhoods, the parks, the schools where our children learn and play. We recently launched a €100 million call under dedicated new European Bauhaus facility, which will support projects that address very concrete challenges like affordable housing, energy efficiency, and accessibility for all generations. Yesterday, President von der Leyen mentioned the NEP Academy. It will serve like our core infrastructure for skills development, knowledge and research valorization, and experimentation, ensuring these innovations are deployed and reach our citizens. We are bringing the NEP Academy to life thanks to our targeted instrument under Horizon Europe, the NEP facility, which will support regulatory sandboxes for developing innovations, but also thanks to the EAT, the new circular culture and creativity, knowledge and innovation community. Meanwhile, our innovators are doing crucial work. After my speech, the European Institute for Innovation and Technology, or EIT, will showcase change makers from industries like circular construction materials, waste upcycling, clean energy, urban mobility to sustainable fashion. 8 of these participating startups are sitting in the front row, and I congratulate you. You? Congratulate you. Congratulations. Tomorrow, our European Innovation Council is organizing a networking event that I really encourage you to attend. And finally, we are extending our ambition beyond cities and neighborhoods. Oceans are crucial for our coastal and island communities, just as buildings, if not more even. Our new European Bauhaus initiatives like Ocean Lab and Art for Science works as incubators for ideas and actions at European scale that connect our communities to our environment. And just last week, the Commission presented a new ambitious ocean initiative, Ocean Eye. Ocean Eye will help us gather crucial data and deploy technologies that will allow us, for example, to predict and prepare from extreme weather events, making Europeans safer. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, the legacy of the original Bauhaus shows us that Europe can achieve when knowledge, ideas, and people come together across borders and with a common vision. This is how we can make Europe more forward, become more sustainable, competitive, and yes, even more beautiful. This is the spirit of the new European Bauhaus, and this is the spirit of this festival. Make the most of it. Enjoy the festival, share your ideas, connect, engage, and help us to build beautiful, resilient, and connected society. Thank you so much for your participation.
And thank you very much, Commissioner Zaharieva. I have to ask you 1 minute of patience again. The stage will be finalized to be even more beautiful and more interesting for you in a second. This is my colleague Valerie Thijs. She's not allowed to say anything yet because I will introduce her to you in a moment, but here you already see my good colleague Valerie Thijs, who will be a surprise for you in a moment. Hello again. We are nearing the end of the second day of the New European Bauhaus Festival. And it's been an absolute pleasure and honor to accompany you through the opening ceremony yesterday and this second day. It's not over yet for you. I wish you an inspiring and invigorating continuation the next few days. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the crew behind the scenes, because much in the spirit of the New European Bauhaus, this whole event is a collaborative, participatory collaboration. So if I may ask you to applaud the people behind the screen who make this all possible and who make it possible for me to do my job. So thank you. And thanks to you for being this warm and engaged audience. It's not always the case. I can feel the energy, and I hope you keep it up. And for now, I will leave you in the hands of my good colleague, Valérie Thijs, who will take care of you tonight and the next few days together with my other colleague, Marieke. Enjoy the rest of the festival. Bye.
Thank you so much, Annelies. I hope you enjoyed this day as well. Now, good afternoon, almost evening to all of you. My name is indeed Valérie Thijs, and I will be the moderator for this final session today before the drinks. So keep this in mind, but we will have a very interesting session because we will have some pitches today. Now, today it's about founders, it's about startups, about investors, creativity, it's about sustainability, so that's very important for this festival of the New European Bauhaus. It's about bold ideas. We already said it, creativity and thinking out of the box, maybe throwing the box away. And that's to create both economic value, but also societal value at the same time. Before we begin, I would like to briefly introduce the New European Bauhaus. It's an initiative of the European Union, you know that, connecting ambitions and the European Green Deal with everyday lives. So it's for everybody. And I heard the commissioner say that she is married to an architect. I'm the granddaughter of an architect. My sister is an architect. It brings together a whole lot of things. Sustainability, inclusion, but also beauty, because look at the amazing place where we are today. Somebody designed this. It's not separate goals, it's everything together. All values that should shape our future, how we build, how we design, how we produce, how we move, and how we live. The idea is very powerful, yet it is simple. Green transition should not only be efficient, it should also improve quality of life of all Europeans, foster belonging, create places and products that people want to use and people want to live in and engage with. And this is exactly where entrepreneurship comes in. It's very important because Catalyze NEP, the program behind the many ventures that you will meet today, is an EIT Community NEP accelerator supporting early stage startups that integrate sustainability, inclusion, and design, and quality into their business models from day one. Through mentoring, ecosystems, gatherings, investor connections, financial support, this NEP, Catalyze NEP, helps mission-driven startups and ventures scale the impact across Europe. And the startups that will today pitch will represent every sector that are ranging from circular materials to sustainable manufacturing to mobility, even food processing, climate innovation, all demonstrating that it's so important. Business growth and societal responsibility can go hand in hand and reinforce one another. We're also fortunate to have investors with us today who understand that the next generation of successful ventures will also be those able to combine, of course, innovation, resilience, purpose, and long-term thinking. So thank you to all of you for being part of this conversation. And before we begin, I would like to introduce our jury members, and I am glad to invite them on stage. Angela Pastorino, venture investor and NEP evaluator. Please welcome her. And we also have Sagar Tandon and Pieter Jan van de Velde. All right, fantastic. I would like to give the floor to you because you are head of the jury tonight, so they are all waiting. They are all a little bit nervous, but please give us some more information about what we will be doing tonight.
Okay, can everybody hear me? I think so.
Yes.
So I'm not very good at pitch, but so I have here some words to introduce myself. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, I think, for all of us, me and my peers, and for the New European Bauhaus Innovation Arena. For those I have not met yet, I'm Angela Pastorino. I work across venture capital and impact investing, evaluating companies that combine strong commercial fundamentals with the potential to create meaningful long-term value. Exactly what we heard Valerie saying here and all the others that were introducing us to the arena. So, as we begin today's speech competition, I would like to invite you all to watch these startups through an investor lens. The founders you will hear from today are addressing some of Europe's most important challenges: how we build, consume, produce, and live more sustainably. But while the problems are compelling, investors do not invest in problems. We invest in solutions that can scale. The strongest companies that create values because they solve important problems at scale. That's what we'll be looking for today. So, as each founder takes the stage, I encourage all of you to ask yourself a few simple questions. Is this solving a real and meaningful problem? Is the solution differentiated? Can the business scale beyond a pilot, beyond a city, beyond a single market? And does the team have the credibility and determination to execute? Whether you are an investor, a policymaker, a founder, or an innovation enthusiast, I invite you to put your investor hat and ask yourself, would you write a check tomorrow? So let's start, and thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. You will keep the microphone. You can take your seats, all three of you already. You can take your seats. A quick roundup, housekeeping rules. I don't know if you received some stickers. Did you receive the stickers? Okay, this is for the networking, very important. They serve on identifying each other and the hat that we are wearing today. Choose the right one that suits you tonight and put this one on your name tag or on your clothes. This will help you with the networking afterwards. How we will proceed. Every startup will have some pitching time, a short stage presentation, followed by a brief Q&A by our investors and jury. All of the pitches, after all of the pitches, you will be invited to vote through Slido, the Audience Choice Award. So we will take some time to gather your votes and we will have instantly the results. After that, there is also the jury decision and the jury winner, but the two winners tonight will receive a very nice travel prize. The amount is 2,000 euros to get to another high visibility event in Europe. And then we'll conclude with jury and audience recognitions, of course, and pictures. So stay with us for this one. So without any further ado, let's start. Our first startup is Ecotect, and I will invite a representative. Ecotect is rethinking how we build, combining advanced 3D printing technologies with bio-based materials to develop carbon-negative construction systems. The floor is yours.
Yeah, well, okay.
Does the clicker work? Yes.
Okay, it's already second, third slide. It takes time. Okay. Okay, it's here now. Yeah, so hi, I'm Abhishek Kumar. I'm founder and CEO of Ecotect. Ecotect, we are doing carbon negative construction with robotic 3D printing and hempcrete. We are based in Helsinki, and me and my co-founder, we both are architects. So Mikkel Hoylund, and me have worked together since 2009. We have completed more than 25 projects. And so we have very good understanding of this sector, the construction sector and architecture. So as we know, it's very common that like 50% of the extracted material from the mining goes in construction, right? And 40% is responsible for CO2 emission total. And 35% goes into the landfill, so it's a waste. So we are extracting a lot of materials, we are using a lot of, we are exceeding the CO2 emissions, like a lot of, like 40% and 35% waste. So we have a solution for this because we can't continue like this. So first stage is, we call it a material efficient construction. So first stage is design. So we make a material efficient design, which is like topology optimization, which is also you see in the nature. We only use materials where we need it, right? And because these forms are quite complex, so we use robots and 3D printing, and we make these elements. We ship these elements to the construction site to make the houses or the building, right? So this is the whole process. So as you see here, by doing this, we are replacing concrete with hempcrete, and we reduce 70% of the concrete. And with the hempcrete, what we are doing, we are not just reducing the CO2 emission, but we are going carbon negative. Okay, it's here. So yeah, it's carbon negative. And we reduce 90% of the waste because these walls are reusable. So also the farmers are happy because what we do is that we buy the material from the farmers, so it generates the rural economy, money for them. Also people are happy because these walls are breathable. And what happens is that it regulates the indoor air quality. So it's good for your health. And in the end, it's an approved product. So yeah, it's code compliant. So we got the patent in Finland and in USA. Other patents are pending. And we won 8 awards in last 2 years because it's received very well across the Europe. And also there are many projects in pipeline. So yeah, we have a pilot in Denmark and we are building a house. So in the end, what I would like to say is that we are opening a round of 1.5 million seed round, and it's opportunity for you to join us. We are looking for architects, developers, and municipalities who are also interested to build the carbon negative construction. So looking forward to be in touch after this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from our jury?
I can go. I think I would like to understand in terms of cost parity basis, if you compare with other way of doing construction, how it looks like in terms of techno-economic analysis. Is it cost parity? Is it more expensive? And the second question, if you can very quickly, how difficult for some other players to actually come and replicate this?
Yeah. So the first question is about the cost, right? Yeah, so we are selling the same price, which is around 350 euro per square meter. And reason why, and we are keeping 35% profit. The reason why we are able to do it is because we are saving concrete and steel. These are the most expensive material and the prices are going up. And we are replacing with the bio-based product, which is a waste product. So yeah, we could go lower, but we want to keep the profit as good for us as possible, like maximum. And the second question was about the replicability. It's patented product, so we got the patent in USA. Europe patent is pending, and also Finland. We got the patents. Yeah, so
can you do a quick reverse engineering and make a similar kind of a product also?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, to be honest, because we spent so much time in this 3.5 years to come up with these solutions, and so for anybody to copy it, it will take another 5 years for them. And a good team, because without team, it may take years and years. So.
Yep. Two short questions. One, how much revenue do you already have?
Yeah, no, we don't have the revenue. We are at the stage where we are getting a first commercial project, which is completing the full house, which costs around 650,000 euros. The client is so.
And second, on the impact, how do you avoid that the production of the material is replacing or competing with food production?
Sorry,
how do you, or is the production of the materials competing for land with food production?
Oh yeah, so it's because hemp is amazing. It regenerates the soil. It takes only 3 to 4 months, so it's not replacing and it's good in between the crops. So it's better for the farmer.
Right.
Good question, actually. That's yeah.
Okay. Any more questions? That's it? Okay. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Give him a round of applause. Okay. That was the first one. The second one, or the next one, is shows us that waste is often simply a resource waiting for a second life. Wastepresso is transforming everyday waste streams into valuable new products, providing that circularity and proving that circularity is not only environmentally necessary, but also economically attractive. Please join your hand for the representative of Wastepresso.
Hi everyone, my name is Ulash, co-founder of Wastepresso. Super excited to be here. As Wastepresso, we're a material tech company. As you can tell from the name, we're converting coffee grounds into biomaterials that replace plastic and reduce carbon emissions. Now, why we're doing this? It's because sustainability is no longer a marketing topic. It's a cost and compliance problem. Companies are struggling to reduce their emissions. They're dealing with regulations. They're dealing with carbon border adjustment, and they don't know how to achieve their goals. That's why we've been working for the past 4 years to create the next generation of sustainable plastics. Here's how we do it. Every week, we go to businesses and we systematically collect coffee grounds and get it to our facility. In our facility, we convert them to our bioplastic, which is patented, and we can basically provide this material to any company that manufactures plastic and help them reduce their emissions by 34%. We not only produce materials, but we also produce our own final products like straws or reusable cups. And by doing this, we develop the need and we make a market validation for our own materials. Wherever we go, each company, we see the same pain points. They're really under pressure to meet their environmental goals, but the existing solutions are either too expensive, too complex, or they compromise on performance. And our material can solve all these pain points at the same time. To summarize what we did so far, we're collecting coffee grounds from 85 locations weekly. So far, we have produced more than 120 tons of biomaterials, and that equals to a significant amount of CO2. And our monthly revenue is around $55,000. Our main material is espresso granule. We can provide it to different sectors like consumer goods, packaging, automotive, and performance is really important for us, and I can say that we're actually better than conventional bioplastics, and depending on the needs of the sector, it can be either biodegradable or recyclable. Just to give you an idea about the market size, in 2025, we generated almost $8 of revenue from 1 kg of coffee grounds, and that's, in terms of market size, that's equal to almost $1 billion revenue opportunity. We have a handful of competitors, but I can tell you that we will not have a significant competition over the next 5 years, but we're ready for it. We're a team of 13 full-time people, we're 4 co-founders, and it's not our first startup. We're working with leading brands backed by esteemed investors and recognized by different organizations, and with their support, we're generating impact every day. We're looking for $1 million to triple our environmental and financial impacts. We're also looking for partners to use our product and generate impact with us. So if you're either a company or you know someone that might be interested in our material and our products, I would be happy to meet with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ready for some questions? Are you ready for some questions?
Yeah, go on.
Yes.
Okay. With coffee gathering and then recycling, often the transport and operating costs is a challenge. How does it work in your model?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we're working with a logistics provider. We have an optimized collection route. So we do it weekly. We go to locations, we collect coffee grounds. But as we scale, we're going to be evolving in terms of collection method, because we're currently collecting almost 10 tons of coffee grounds per month. But as we go to hundreds of tons, then this will not be efficient. Then we would be working with bigger coffee chains and also factories as well, because they generate tons of waste when producing instant coffee, for example.
Okay, great to see you actually asked one of my questions, so amazing. If you can tell us a little bit about who is paying for the product today, it's consumer, govs, corporates, it's a B2B, B2C model, and what does the sales cycle look like for you?
Yeah, that's a good one. So when selling materials, the sales cycle is a bit long. It's around 6 months to 1 year. But when selling products, final products like straws, for example, when selling it to a hotel, we're working with big names like Hilton, Rixos. The sales cycle is around 1 month. So, product is going faster, but material would be the actual product that would, scale us. And who's paying for it? I mean, even the companies who are giving us their coffee waste is paying for them, because they're trying to find a way to reduce their carbon emissions. We give them a report every month. So both companies who buy material products and also give us their coffee waste, they're paying to us. No problem.
Very quickly, I just wanted to check about the pricing, the cost. Is it cost parity? Do you charge green premium? And what kind of margins it looks like?
That's a good one. So our gross margin is around 37% right now. It's going to go higher, but we're also trying to compete with conventional plastics, so it's a challenge. Yes, we're expensive. We know that we're around, two times more expensive than regular plastics. But compared to bioplastics, we're parity, which is good. But we know that if we want to convert the whole sector, we also need to compete with regular plastics as well. And we know we would be able to do this because we're supplying the coffee grounds for free. As we scale, there will be a tipping point where we will be parity or even cheaper than regular plastics. And at that time, we will just reach the majority of the market.
Thank you so much. Very good.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for listening. See ya.
All right, moving on to our third company. Cities across Europe face increasing pressure on space, mobility, but also livability. Partly is customizable and modular urban furniture to cultivate and grow better public spaces. The floor is yours.
Good evening, everybody. Happy to be here today. My name is Päivi Raivio. I'm from Helsinki. I'm a co-founder of Parkly, the furniture system for new urbanism. We help cities to create livable public spaces quickly and affordably. Our cities need urgent change. There is these big challenges we need to address, but we can address those in public spaces as well. We need greener places where people can connect with each other and, for instance, support walkability and cycling. And traditional infrastructure is not capable of doing this fast. That's why we designed Parkly. It's the world's first circular urban furniture company designed to be circular. That means each component can be reused, repaired, and reconfigured, which makes it scalable and sustainable. It's made of durable materials to take what it needs in public space. Modularity and flexibility are also key for it's working in different urban environments efficiently. It can be stacked, scaled, and thus fits any kind of urban space. So we are proud to say we are innovators of this industry. We've also proven impact, but what we're also proud of, we are able to inspire for action. Many come to us and say, decision makers and planners, that it helped us to reimagine how the city could look like. And for us, it's key to inspire that action, to make that start. Because often Parkly is the start for permanent change. This is what the impact looks like. It's greener streets and squares, co-creation, more play, more stay, and more urban life. And lately, a modular system to create public space out of parking spaces. We make this happen together with planners, citizens, decision makers. And we are proud to do this together. Just 2 of us founders have achieved so much of that. Parkly is used in over 20 cities now. Also in the UK, where I might say we've crossed over the Brexit bridge there. But there's more to come. We've proven the impact, we've proven the concept, but we need to boost our journey. And cities urgently need this rapid change. So it's enough of talking, time to build. If there's investors in the audience who are passionate about livable cities, do come and talk to us, because living cities is a joint mission. Thank you.
Thank you, of course. Questions from our jury?
First of all, moi, kiitos. Very quickly, who is your customer and what kind of a business model in this kind of a situation actually works for you?
Yeah, so our customers are cities and municipalities, but also real estate sector. For instance, recently NHS from the UK adopted our solution. We are often looking for scalability with the customer, the client, so cities might adopt Parkly as the system they will use for urban change or urban transformation.
What kind of a business model it is? Like one time you do a sale, how does that happen with the cities and municipalities?
Yes, so it's basically, a so-called traditional sales path from we manufacture by order, but we are also, because of Parkly's design, we are able to manufacture a lot in stock, and we can compete with our lead times very much compared to our competitors. And it's also very cost efficient because we can deploy the furniture fast, but it's also the world's first flat pack furniture. So when we ship it around Europe, the cost and emission are very low.
And you're able to manufacture in Finland right now?
Yes, we are manufacturing in Finland, but we are also, with our distribution partners across Europe, we are looking also for partners we can lease and rent them to cities. So this is also asked from many cities that they would like to have this as a service. And because of Parkly's design and model, we can soon offer that as well.
You answered already my first question about getting materials back, because at first sight it seemed recyclable, but not circular because you didn't close the loop. Which materials are you using? And two, I saw a lot of different sizes. Do you work with standard formats to be able to reuse the materials?
Basically all the projects you've seen are made out of about 5 different components, and you can make different configurations out of that, which makes it efficient design, also efficient material use. So it's made of sheet metal, which is recyclable forever, and also certified wood. And and the material intensity is very low, but it's very durable because of the engineering we've done.
Can I ask the last one is like, if you could, walk us through, how do you see your current rotation on sales, and what churn looks like after your first transaction, if you could explain a little bit for us.
Sorry, I didn't get the second question.
Yes, the second question is, do you keep the contracts? Do you keep the rotation?
Okay,
or does they drop after the first, how it is being for you?
Yes, so we are currently at around 400,000 euro revenue. We don't have any funding, so this is all through sales. We do have recurring clients, and as mentioned, we are looking for these customer relations where we can scale together with them. So for instance, NHS, National Health Service in England, is wishing to implement our products in tens of the courtyards of hospitals, for instance. In Helsinki, we provided City of Helsinki the street furniture for all the temporary summer streets, for instance. So we are looking for scalability within the clients, but we do have returning clients, and happy to say we get inbound inquiries increasingly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Give her a round of applause. Thank you. Our next venture operates at the fascinating intersection of biology, science, and fashion. Vienna Textile Lab uses microorganisms to create sustainable dyes and pigments, offering an innovative alternative for one of the world's most polluting industries. Give her a round of applause.
Thank you. My name is Karin Fleck, and I'm the CEO and the founder of the Vienna Textile Lab. And we are a biotech fashion tech company that manufactures the most sustainable colors in the world. You know that the textile industry has a very negative impact to the environment, but also to the people. For instance, 200 tons of water used just to manufacture 1 ton of fabric. And 10% of the global greenhouse gases are actually produced by the textile industry as a whole. And people who work in the sector have very increased cancer risk, even if they leave the industry. And a lot of these impacts, actually these negative impacts, occur in the process of dyeing textiles. So we said, okay, there needs to be a better way of using materials for the industry. And one set that we thought is, okay, to change the colors. We use natural colors that are produced by microorganisms, for instance, bacteria and fungi, and they create circular products for us. We have a proven impact thanks to the new European Bauhaus Catalyze program. And what we're actually doing is we're in the business of making secondary metabolites. These are these colors that are produced by the microorganisms, really profitable. So that's not only doing bioreactions and fermentations, but also extracting them and creating a really valuable product for the market out of it, which is not an easy undertaking because the industry is very regulated. Yeah. Here is, for instance, an example what we do. We collaborate with others, for instance, a company that is producing a very sustainable dyeing process with new machinery. So we take our product, which is a new material, but also combine it with a new process. And so this is like sort of a double effect. With this project, BioRedye, we were able to showcase this. And how have we been going so far? We have been trusted by many companies, textile companies, chemical companies, designers, textile mills that are working in that field. We have been peer-reviewed by many grant organizations, and we wouldn't have been able to do that without, also with collaborations with universities. And that's why I'm here today, so I'm also looking forward to, in the sense of the new European Bauhaus, actually, we're open for business, and we're open for collaborations, and we're of course also open from support from investors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you ready for some questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Very interesting, because we have been investing a lot in precision fermentation-based companies, more on the food and fat side.
Yeah.
The first time I'm actually looking at the dye side also. Just curious about the cost competitiveness in comparison to the chemical dyes, and also if you can shed some light how it behaves. Is it very similar to a textile, or you need to change the process, how you dye and stuff?
So principally, we were starting with the most expensive dyes in the world, so this is where we come from, but we are getting closer, and we're expecting that biotech is keeping up in the next 10 years with being competitive. Also, you have to think about food is a different regulation, so the purity of a food dye is different than to a textile dye. So there's a lot of things we don't have to worry about in that part. Your second question was regarding the fibers and the processes. So yeah, a little bit naive when we went into this. Of course, every fiber is dyed differently. There's different ways. We also do printing, by the way. So our target is actually that our pigments are able to be used in current processes. But we also see that the industry is changing a lot of their machinery. So for instance, this collaboration that I managed was really, it's key, because the next 10 years, the industry is investing a lot. Yeah.
Based on the revenue, it feels like you're still in pilot phase with most of your clients. Yeah. How do you get to real offtake agreements?
So basically, our clients have been really instrumental to develop the product. It wouldn't be like imagine biotechs and chemists like trying to do something in fashion. It just doesn't work. So it really is very good to work with them. On the other hand, they also have been infusing money into our company continuously, also recurringly. And we keep on opening new product lines. So we are sort of a little bit on the project side, but we're also selling already small amounts of the pigment. Yeah. And we have to scale, yes. So that of course needs very, very wealthy investors that are very incorporated in industrial biotech, that know what they're doing. We are not a software company, so material-based startups do need a different type of investors for that, or different kind of, you know, probably.
Do you have another one? No? No, so please. I'm sorry.
No, is the production process easily upscalable, or?
Yes, so we have been scaling ourselves. So we have been able in the Vienna Textile Lab to house our own scaling unit, but we also work close with university just across the corner. They have pilot units where we can scale up, and we have been doing this. So we've been reaching like 500 liters or something easily. That is, I would say, is our competence right now. Yeah.
Very interesting business model. My question is like, you still on projects, but who is taking the R&D risk? You are taking full the risks regarding research and development?
Yeah, so for us, so this developing any kind of material can be very challenging, and we would never have the equipment or the people to do all of this without the university support that we have, but also with European funding like Horizon projects. We now just started last year a big doctoral network. I don't know if you know of this. It's like 12 PhD students will be just working for us and on this research. So this is a womb that is outside the company, but for the company.
Okay, thank you. Do you have like 30 seconds for the last question? Yeah. The last question is, are you already looking for brand partnerships in fashion?
We do have. So we work with brands together already. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. Thank you. the wait is almost over for our next candidate. The future of clean energy will require solutions that integrate seamlessly into built environments. Biosphere Solar is exploring how nature-inspired thinking and technological innovation can transform the way we generate and use renewable energy. Give him a round of applause. Biosphere Solar.
Thank you, Valerie. My name is Alberto. I'm from Biosphere Solar. It's hard to admit, but the green energy transition is building a foundation based on future trash. By 2050, the world will be buried under up to 80 million tons of solar panel waste. Solar panels today, just like 30 years ago, are built with permanent adhesives, making them difficult and costly to recycle. If we don't act now and we don't change it, we'll turn our current climate crisis into a huge ecological disaster. While the solar industry is being focused exclusively on price, Biosphere Solar took a completely different path by engineering the first world circular solar panel. Our secret, we completely eliminated permanent adhesives. Our design enables complete disassembly, easy repairability, and component repurposing. We can generate clean energy and also preserve the valuable raw materials inside the panel. This is not just a concept. It is a technology already proven, validated, and scalable. We have already fully functional prototypes, and we have already also intellectual properties on our technology. We have already panels out there with installations across Europe and Canada, including the Netherlands, Belgium, Finland, and Spain. Our approach is backed by research institutes and scientific publications. Plus, we are supported by Horizon projects. Finally, last but not least, we successfully already converted 2 traditional manufacturing lines of solar panel into a circular design, proving that we don't actually need to build new factories from scratch. We are now at a critical point. To turn this technology into industry standard, we definitely need to scale up, build trust, and expand our ecosystem. First of all, we need to grow our manufacturing network. So if you're a solar manufacturer and you have concerns about the future of e-waste regulation, we are ready to convert your circular production. Then, if we also want to scale up our installation. So we're looking for solar project developer and asset manager who really look into the future and want to build new and more installations. So if you feel like you want to lead the next generation of solar energy, join us and let's collaborate together. And let's make the future of clean energy truly clean. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do you aim to build your own production capacity, or do you want to license the IP?
Yeah, the idea is to license the technology. So just rely on a network of manufacturers who basically want to convert their production line into a circular production line.
Another question?
Very quickly, I wanted to understand, you said no lamination. Are you able to achieve the same efficiency, or is it lower efficiency?
Yeah, we can achieve the same efficiency and even higher efficiency with additional technology.
And also on the manufacturing piece that Peter asked, what happens like when you license it? Can you ring fence the IP, or it becomes a bit tricky to ring fence the IP if somebody is doing a manufacturing?
Well, currently, through the experience that we had, the licensing worked well. So in the sense that we provided the technology and the technical knowledge, the machines, to actually convert this production line. So the idea is to scale this up. Of course, we cannot predict the future, but we want to scale up this model, basically.
My last question is, who is your customer actually, who you're selling for, who you're targeting?
Yeah, so our business model is a business to business, so we primarily rely on businesses. Since we are a young startup and it's a big industry and market where we are operating, we first need to build credibility. And to build credibility, we also need to sell solar panels and improve our installations. So that's why we're also directly interfacing with customers right now and project developers.
How is your price level compared to Chinese competition?
Good question. So one of our requirements is to keep the price cap within 20% above market average. So the premium is within 20%.
And can it come down also with time, or it would be always around
the
20%?
price?
Yes.
Yeah, potentially we can actually foresee that the price will be lower. That's because with our manufacturing process, we can save energy, capital cost, and operational cost. I didn't bring numbers here because it's still like a research ongoing, but the production itself can even be cheaper than the current production.
All right. Thank you very much, Alberto.
Of course, thank you.
Now, innovation often begins by seeing value where others see waste, and our next venture is developing circular solutions that unlock new value from underutilized resources and waste streams, creating materials and energy opportunities for more regenerative economy. Round of applause for Oleago.
This beautiful bag is made from olives. So good afternoon, everyone. I want to start with a simple question. What if one of the world's oldest industries could help solve one of the world's newest problems? So every year, millions of tons of olive waste are generated across the Mediterranean region. For centuries, this byproduct has been treated as a disposal problem. At the same time, industries around the world are desperately searching for sustainable alternatives to leather and petroleum-based synthetic materials. So these are two massive challenges, and we have one unexpected solution called Oleatex. So today, the material industry faces the dilemma. Consumers demand sustainability, and brands have made ambitious environmental commitments, while governments are introducing always getting more stricter regulations. So many existing alternatives are either too expensive, difficult to scale, or fail to meet industrial performance requirements. So we asked ourselves, at Oleatex, we transform olive waste into high-performance circular materials, materials that can be used in fashion, automotive industry, aviation, furniture, and many more. But this is not simply about creating a sustainable product. It's about creating a material that industry can easily and actually adapt. So many innovations succeed in laboratories, but they fail at the factory level. And we chose a different path. Our technology integrates into existing industrial manufacturing processes, as we have no major factory modifications, no costly infrastructure investments, no disruptions to production lines, and this, of course, dramatically reduces adaptation barriers for customers. And that is where sustainability becomes scalable. Because real impact only happens when innovation is as easy to implement. The market is already validating this approach. Today, Oleatex is serving more than 470 customers in 80 countries. We continue to achieve strong growth and expanding demand across multiple industries. And this is no longer an idea, it's no longer a prototype, it's a growing business with proven commercial traction. Actually, this morning, my colleague and myself, we received the news that we are selected as one of the finalists in the incubator process of Amazon to introduce our technology in their devices. Then the combination of profitability and sustainability is what makes this opportunity so compelling. And then we are going to the market opportunity. We are standing at the intersection of two powerful global trends, the transition towards circular economies and the increasing demand for sustainable advanced materials. Companies are no longer asking if sustainability matters, they are asking how can we integrate it in our supply chains. So right now, to accelerate our growth, we are looking for a 2 million seed rounds. This funding will expand manufacturing capacity, strengthen our research and development team, and accelerate international growth even more. But ultimately, this story is about something bigger than olive waste. It's about changing the way we think about resources, because waste is only waste when imagination is missing. At Oleatex, we see something different. We see value where others see leftovers. We see materials where others see waste. And then we see a future where sustainability and profitability are not competing goals, but the same opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll never look at olives the same way now. Please, go ahead with the questions.
I've been involved with fashion for good for some time, and there are a number of solutions which come from food waste to some of these leather and textile solutions. We have seen from pineapple to banana skin. How do you differentiate with that? And the second piece is, how do you secure the consistent biomass of these olive waste?
So currently we have more than 12 patents. Our research and development team has created a technology where we have more than 60% of biomaterial minimum. We can even go up to 92%. That's our best record that we have within the company. Theoretically, we could go to 100, but right now our research and development team is working on binders and other alternatives to get to that level, while the ones that you refer to, without naming anyone, many of their projects get cancelled because they have less than 10% biomass. And this is our differentiation level with them. We say that we are bio and we can prove it, while others use it to greenwash, and that's not in the business that we are.
The availability of the waste stream that you are getting?
So we have a special formula, and this formula we can either, so we have two types of selling. B2B, we can either sell smaller samples, so smaller amounts of meters to a client, or we have a formula that we create in bulk, which we have two different producers for, so each one of them doesn't know the entire process, and then with this formula you have the results that is by a third party validated, and then the biomass in that formula is always the same.
Yeah, two questions. You say now up to 92%
yes.
Bio, so it means not fully
no.
Bio yet. So what does it mean for recyclability afterwards?
Actually, it's not like, despite being only 92%, we made sure that during the process of creating, and this is also where our sales cycles are a little bit longer, because imagine going to a designer and say, now you can dream, you can imagine whatever you want, and we are creating it. This is a little bit harder than going there with a book that they can go through the samples and say, I like this color, so the next bag will look like this. So we are really hands-on with our sales team to advise them. And then after the sales process, the recycling is easier. And right now our research and development team have created a reversed model where you can take the biomaterial out and the more polluting and differentiate from each other.
And second question, the product qualities, do you compare with leather, and are they similar, or where are the strengths, where are the weaknesses?
Which we are very proud of. I cannot call names, but we are right now working with an aviation company and with a car manufacturer company. And as many of you in the audience know, that these companies are very strict on their testing results. Right now, for example, an airline company is testing if our materials are as durable, as safe, but already we have one winner. We are 140 grams lighter than any other alternative, meaning that we could save, when you have 350 seats in an airplane, much weight, which will affect the kerosene use, which would positively affect the environment as well. So we are not only working on selling linear meters, we also try to make a real impact.
My question would be a little bit about Sagar questions, like I just want you to walk us through how does your business tracks the traceability in the supply chain, you know? Do you use any technology? How do you track this traceability in the value chain?
Right
Capturing
now,
from, you know, the olives till the final product, you know?
We are right now working with farmers, and we have a very, so to say, controlled supply chain process. But right now, our research team is working on the digital path, so to make sure that we have more control over this entire supply chain. But right now, as we have direct contact with farmers, and we are primarily sourcing from the Turkish market, we have a lot of control over this process. But my colleague, which was actually going to do this presentation, is now in Andalusia, which is producing 35% of the total olive waste in the world. And we are working with some very serious people to really make an impact.
Thank you so much. Now you're clear for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Round of applause, thank you. Final two. Okay, let's invite Fita Biodesign, a company that embodies that principle by becoming science, design, and nature-inspired innovation to create solutions where ecology and aesthetics reinforce one another. Sustainability and beauty belong together.
Thank you. Over the last 27 years, 75% of Europe's flying insect populations have declined, threatening 15 billion euros worth of annual agriculture production. Our buildings are one of the major reasons why this is happening. Materials like steel, glass, brick, and mortar absolutely prohibit nature to coexist within our cities, whereas existing solutions like bee hotels and green walls do not perform at scale, they're hard to maintain, and to be honest, aesthetically unpleasant. I'm Zain. I'm an architect and the founder of Fita Biodesign, a startup dedicated to rewild our built environment through architecture. We've created a nature-based solution. We have created a nature-based solution that performs from a building to an urban scale. It creates habitats, supports migratory patterns, and enhances building performances such as thermal insulation and acoustic buffering. Fauna is a 3D printed modular wall system that is designed for passive bioreceptivity. So as the buildings grow bigger, so does their ecological impact. What's the pain point of our customers? Investors and green lenders are now taking ESG performances into account to invest money in construction projects, whereas policies like biodiversity net gain mandates habitat creation for planning permission. So who's buying fauna? The demand is set by developers, that's met by specifiers such as architects, and the solution is provided by suppliers for various applications. So we are targeting suppliers to integrate our solutions within the stream. Fauna is extremely adaptable and can be applied from exterior to interior use cases. Our business model is structured over 3 tiers, map, bank, and track, where we provide one-stop solution from assessment, habitat installation, and monitoring, providing our customers real-time access to their impact data. Our USP is the seamless integration of data, hardware, and tracking. We're essentially creating habitat banks that could be tokenized in future. Over the last 2 years, we've established key partnerships with the City of London, Grosvenor, Hare East, and Corridor, where our live pilot projects are already showing initial stages of habitation. Currently, we're in talks with one of the largest green wall company called Veritopia to integrate our systems together to scale up our applications. Our dream team comprises of disruptive thinkers with a common mission to rewild our built environment. So all of this happened in the last 3 years. Today, we're looking for 2 things: 2.5 million euros in our seed round of investment, and partners with local councils and developers to scale up our application. Join us as we drive this shift towards an interspecies architecture, built environment for all species.
Thank you very much. Jury members, some questions.
What's your main barrier to growth at this moment?
So currently well, up till now, it was the proof of concept that whether the species that we're targeting will inhabit or not, but we've already started to see that happening. So we've passed that barrier, and that has really accelerated our partnerships with the companies that we were with. And we're, like I said, we're in talks right now. Our products are being exhibited at the London Festival of Architecture to potential clients, and where we will be scaling up our installations.
Can you shed some light on your business model and your pricing model, how it actually works?
Yes, so the issue that we identified within the market of biodiversity is that there are companies who are just focused on assessment, then there are companies who are just monitoring biodiversity impact, and there are very few companies who are actually creating habitats. So we wanted to bring these three different models together. So that's why we map and assess the monitoring. That's the first year of revenue, where it's like a fee that we take. Then we install our habitats, which is the actual hardware. And then we have a subscription-based model for tracking and monitoring over a period of time. So that gives companies and customers real-time access to their data, so they can have it as a subscription model.
And why customers want this? Like, what's the customer need here?
So, like I said, I think the best example is the conversation that I had with this company is when you make massive buildings like data centers, they're a massive chunk of architecture where they make a lot of sound, and it's environmentally just absolutely disruptive. So what they do is they go to these green wall companies to cover these with green walls. And the green wall companies are saying, we cannot cover the entire building with this, so you need other solutions. So that's why our use case is quite successful in that scenario, because we can add those bridges between green walls and cladding systems. So they're essentially cladding systems that could be passive ecosystems without any maintenance required, or mechanical systems.
Is it only for onshore projects, like which are on the data center, or it could go also offshore, like wind farms and stuff on the oil rigs or stuff? Also, you could do something with it.
It can definitely be that. So I'm also in very initial conversations with different organizations like that, where, like, for example, BP has these different installations, and we're initiating conversations where we could do micro architecture on offshores, where we could improve maritime ecosystems.
My question would be, who owns the IP? You?
So we filed for a patent.
Founders.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And then our final startup of the evening demonstrates how industrial waste can become a resource for the future. ArtLab transforms clay waste into low-carbon, 3D printed building material, combining circularity, innovation, and architectural quality. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm Angelica, and I'm a founder of ArtLab. We are a construction tech startup based in Luxembourg, and I will explain why we care so much about earth. So I'm not sure if you know, but every European city produces daily hundreds of tons of clay waste from excavations, construction sites, that has to be landfilled for more than 100 euros per ton. But I'm sure that you heard that European construction industry lacks sustainable materials, and all the potential substitutes for cement, like fly ash and slag, are disappearing. So let's take a look how the most standard construction material is manufactured. So to get one fired brick, we need standardized clay. We need to shape it in the standard block and fire it at 1,100 degrees. So what's wrong in this process? Standardized clay, shaping into the standard block, and firing it at 1,100 degrees. So what is ArtLab doing? We take this clay waste from excavations. We are sometimes even even being paid for collection of this clay. We manufacture by 3D printing and casting optimized and designed bricks and modules, and we also have our own formulation for air drying material. So we can completely skip the firing process, which is the most energy and carbon intensive. And our material can reach the same strength as typical fired bricks. We can keep even 88% gross margin because we work with a free resource, and also we skip the most costly process, which is firing. And we are also busy till end of this year with the pipeline of clients for our bricks and wall panels for interiors. But if there are any architects, interior designers, real estate, or construction companies here that want to recycle your clay or our clay, not only recycle but upcycle, we are open for any collaboration and partnerships. So you know where to find us. We are called Erdlab because Erd means earth.
Thank you.
Are you a design company or a
Manufacturing.
manufacturer?
Design and manufacturing. So we have our standard designed by us catalog of products, but as we work with architects, they usually want to have their own design, which we also manufacture for them. This is also like more premium product, but we are design and manufacturer, but we can also accept other designs.
And that's my question was also like how premium it is. Why are you maintaining 88% gross margin? Can you actually reduce the pricing quite a lot?
Yeah, so as I said, we have the standard products, and we can keep this margin because we work mostly with this free resource and we are being paid for taking this resource. But as you know, like this is still like the premium sector, and this is the engine that helps us to develop. But to really scale up, this has to be the line of products that will be very repetitive and very fast in manufacturing. So this will be the next stage for us to basically manufacture bricks, which will be best casted with our materials, using the infrastructure of existing players on the market. So this will help us scale, definitely. But we still would like to keep this boutique part as this premium one. Because obviously to scale up and to be competitive in case of like blocks used for construction, we have to reduce our margins. So I guess this will be mostly for our this premium products.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Give her a round of applause. And of course, thank you very much to all our founders. Now, while our jury deliberates on their jury vote, I would like, in the meantime, to open the audience choice voting. So you can sit together and make your choice, and meanwhile, we will look at the Slido and the public vote. So I hope we can have a QR code where you can vote. And the question, of course, is which startup would you back today? You will have a few minutes to vote for the startup that you believe best represents the spirit of innovation, sustainability, inclusion, and impact. And while the vote remains open, the jury will deliberate. So you can see the QR code behind me. Please cast your vote. And I'm really keen to know who will receive the first prize for the audience choice vote. You know, it's the 2,000 euros to attend another high-level meeting like this one in another city in Europe. Did everyone cast their votes? Not yet. I'll leave you a few more seconds to do so. So we have Ecotect, Waste Presso, Parkley, Vienna Textile Lab, Biosphere Solar, Oleago, and Fit Biodesign and Earth Lab. All right, so I'll stand up because I can see the votes coming in this way, almost all of them. But I can still see people are still voting. Right now we have 103 people who cast their vote. Did everyone vote? Yes, I see thumbs up in the audience. All right. And then I will look towards the jury. Did you reach a consensus? Okay. I think it's time to see who the audience chose as the winner, and I'm going to invite you on stage and then we can take a picture. So who's the winner of the audience choice vote tonight of all the startups here present? Let's have the results. And I think that's the results. 21% voted for Art Lab. So please join your hands. Congratulations. I think it's time for the jury to take a picture with our own. We're going to take the picture first? Yeah, but we'll take a picture with, I think we can stand here in the front. Yeah, of course. No, here. You have to stay. Thank you. You have 10 seconds to say thank you.
Guys, thank you so much. I need to say thank you to you because it's your choice. Thank you and hope to see you around. Thank you so much.
Okay. And of course, you'll have the networking to talk to everybody. All right, amazing. So, who will give the name of?
You should give, because both the founders we have chosen, the one who has won is also a female founder, and the one we have chosen also is also a female founder.
Okay, the winner is from the jury
the winner
vote.
For us, Vienna Textile Lab.
Vienna Textile Lab. Picture time. Yeah, I'll go this way. I'll go this way. Okay. We should switch. Yes. Okay. The other way around as well. Absolutely, congratulations. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to our jury members, of course, for joining us. And of course, the prize you will receive, the voucher for the 2,000 euros travel expenses to join a high visibility event this year to maximize your outreach. The both of you, congratulations again. And of course, this is how we close the innovation area. I would like to leave you with one thought. The transition Europe is facing at this point is not only technological or just environmental. It's cultural, economic, and social. And the founders that we met today have shown that innovation can be sustainable, can be inclusive, and even beautiful, and commercially viable also at the same time. And this is exactly the spirit of this festival. So thank you to our founders, to our inventors, investors, partners, organizers, and of course to all of you for staying after a very long day. Most importantly, I would like to thank you all for bringing energy to this festival, of course, and curiosity. Because that's where it all starts. Remember when we were little and asking questions about everything. We hoped, and I do hope, that we sparked ideas today, new partnerships and new opportunities. And you can discuss them all today and tonight with the networking opportunity. Please stay with us for this lovely part of the day, the drinks and the continued conversations. Enjoy the rest, of course, of the festival tomorrow and the day after. I would love to be your host tomorrow, so see you all after a good night of rest. But now, for this time, drinks and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.